Socrates did not die because he led an army, plotted a rebellion, or sought power. He died because he asked questions, simple, persistent, unsettling questions that exposed how fragile certainty really was. In a city that prided itself on wisdom, Socrates revealed ignorance. In a society that celebrated freedom of speech, he demonstrated how little freedom truly existed when beliefs were challenged. His death was not an accident of history. It was the predictable outcome of a life devoted to inquiry. Unlike most philosophers remembered today, Socrates left behind no writings. His philosophy lived in conversation. He believed that truth was not something to be delivered, but something to be uncovered through dialogue. He walked the streets of Athens, asking politicians, poets, craftsmen, and teachers to explain what they claimed to know. Justice, courage, piety, virtue, words used confidently by everyone, yet defined convincingly by no one. Socrates' method was deceptively gentle. He did not begin by attacking. He listened. He asked for clarification. Then he asked again. Slowly, contradictions emerged. Definitions collapsed under their own weight. The person who began the conversation as an authority often ended it confused, embarrassed, or quietly angry. This was Socrates' true offense. Athens in the 5th century BCE was a democracy proud of its intellectual culture. Public debate was central to civic life. Yet this openness had limits. Socrates revealed that many of the city's leaders spoke eloquently without understanding the principles they defended. He showed that confidence could exist without knowledge and authority without wisdom. Over time, this made him dangerous, not because he offered alternative doctrines, but because he dismantled the illusion that existing ones were secure. Socrates himself claimed no wisdom. He famously said that he knew only that he knew nothing. This was not false humility. It was a philosophical position. He believed that the greatest obstacle to learning was the belief that one already understood. In his view, ignorance that knows itself is more valuable than knowledge that does not. This attitude unsettled Athens deeply. A society can tolerate disagreement, but it struggles to tolerate uncertainty. Socrates did not offer new answers to replace the old ones. He left questions open. He left minds exposed. For many, this felt like erosion rather than progress. The charges brought against him, impiety and corrupting the youth, were reflections of this anxiety. Socrates was accused of introducing new gods, not because he preached a religion, but because he encouraged individuals to consult their conscience rather than tradition. He was accused of corrupting the young, not because he taught them rebellion, but because he taught them how to think critically about authority. Young Athenians followed him not because he promised them power, but because he treated them as capable of reasoning. He did not lecture, he questioned, and in doing so, he loosened the grip of inherited beliefs. To the state, this was unacceptable. The trial of Socrates was not about theology or education. It was about control. Athens had recently endured war, political instability, and internal betrayal. In such a climate, questioning felt dangerous. Unity mattered more than truth. Stability mattered more than doubt. When Socrates stood before the jury, he did not plead for mercy. He did not flatter the court. He did not abandon his principles. He spoke as he always had, calmly, rationally, unapologetically. He argued that questioning was a service to the city, not a threat. That he was like a gadfly, keeping a powerful but sluggish horse awake. This defense sealed his fate. Had Socrates begged, he might have lived. Had he gone into exile, he would have survived. His friends offered him escape. The prison doors could have opened quietly, but Socrates refused. To flee would have contradicted everything he taught about justice and responsibility. He believed that living unjustly was worse than dying unjustly. In choosing death, Socrates transformed philosophy forever. His execution exposed a profound contradiction at the heart of civilization. Societies often celebrate wisdom in theory while punishing it in practice. They praise critical thinking as an ideal, but resist it when it challenges comfort, tradition, or power. Socrates became the first philosophical martyr, not because he sought sacrifice, but because he refused to compromise truth for survival. The method he practiced, relentless questioning, has since become foundational to philosophy, science, and democratic thought. Yet its danger remains. To ask questions sincerely is to risk isolation. It is to disrupt social harmony. It is to admit uncertainty in a world that rewards confidence. Socrates understood this cost. He accepted it knowingly. In his final moments, as the poison took effect, he did not rage against the city. He did not curse his judges. He spoke calmly, discussing the soul and the possibility of an afterlife. Whether he truly believed in what came next mattered less than how he faced the end. He met death as he met life, with inquiry, composure, and moral consistency. Socrates died because he believed that a life without examination was not worth living. That belief challenged not only individuals, but the foundations of authority itself. A society can forgive many things, but it rarely forgives those who reveal that its most cherished assumptions rest on fragile ground. His death was meant to silence him. Instead, it amplified his questions across centuries. Today, Socrates remains unsettling, not because of what he taught, but because of what he demanded. Honesty about what we know, humility about what we do not, and courage to continue asking even when the answers threaten comfort. He reminds us that questioning is never neutral. It carries consequences. And sometimes, the price of asking the right questions is everything. Now, let the noise of your own timeline fade into the background. Close your eyes. Let the darkness behind your lids turn into the bright, blinding white of Mediterranean limestone under a high noon sun. Smell the dry dust of the quarry, the sharp tang of wild thyme growing in the cracks of the earth, and the faint, oily scent of unwashed wool tunics. Feel the vibration of a heavy mallet striking a chisel, a rhythm that echoes the heartbeat of a city waking up to its own greatness. We are in Athens. It is the 5th century before the Common Era, a time when the world feels young and old all at once. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We find ourselves not in the grand assembly, but in a modest workshop in the district of Alapets. Here stands a man who does not look like the statues we are used to seeing. He is not the idealized youth with rippling muscles and a straight nose. He is stocky, with a belly that suggests he enjoys a good meal when he can get it, and a nose that's snubbed upward as if permanently sniffing for the truth. This is Socrates, son of Sophroniscus, a stonemason, and Phainarete, a midwife. It is a beautiful irony of history that the man who would birth philosophy was born to a woman who delivered babies and a man who cut stone. For the rest of his life, Socrates would claim he was merely following in their footsteps, helping men deliver their ideas, and chipping away the excess to reveal the form underneath. Historians still argue whether the adult Socrates actually worked as a stonemason for his daily bread. Some ancient travelers, like Pausanias, claimed that a relief of the three graces at the entrance to the Acropolis was carved by Socrates' own hand. It is a lovely image to hold on to as you drift. The rough hands of the philosopher smoothing the draped robes of goddesses. But perhaps he put down the chisel early because stone was too quiet. Stone does not argue back. Stone does not blush when you point out it is crooked. There is a gentle humor in imagining a young Socrates in the workshop, staring at a block of marble for 3 hours, not because he is working, but because he is wondering if the marble wants to be a statue, much to his father's exasperation. Socrates, his father might have sighed, less thinking, more hitting. But the rhythm of the chisel was too singular for a mind that craved the harmony of voices. Athens, at this moment, is a sensory overload. It is a city of silver coin and golden speech. We walk with him now, wiping the stone dust from our hands, stepping out of the cool shade of the workshop into the blinding agora. The air here is thick with the smell of roasting garlic, expensive perfumes from the east, and the sweat of donkeys hauling wares up the slopes. It is a place where you can buy a fish, a slave, or a new opinion, all within 20 paces. Socrates moves through this crowd, not as a teacher yet, but as an observer. He is watching the way people walk, the way they bargain. He sees a merchant swearing by Zeus that his olive oil is pure, and he wonders what pure really means. He sees a politician adjusting his toga to look more majestic, and he wonders if majesty is in the cloth or the man. He is a stonecutter looking for the fault lines in the city's soul. He is looking for the cracks where the light gets in, or perhaps where the whole structure might split if struck just right. The sun begins to dip lower, casting long violet shadows against the Parthenon, which is still under construction, a chaotic masterpiece of scaffolding and ambition, much like democracy itself. It is here, in the space between the dust of the quarry and the debate of the market, that the man begins to overtake the mason. He realizes that the hardest material in the world is not marble, nor bronze, nor iron. The hardest material to shape is the human mind. And unlike stone, you cannot force it. You must find the grain. As the evening sets in, cooling the heated stones of the street, Socrates turns toward home, but his mind is already wandering the stars. He is not yet the old man of the dialogues. He is a man in his prime, strong enough to march in heavy armor, yet gentle enough to stop and listen to a flute player practicing near a fountain. He is grounded, earthy, real. He is the son of the earth who will soon ask us to look at the sky. And as the twilight deepens, wrapping the city in a soft blue embrace, the first question begins to form on his lips, silent and heavy as a cornerstone. The sun rises over the violet crown of Mount Hymettus, burning off the morning mist and revealing a city that seems to be vibrating with its own audacity. If the workshop of Socrates was a place of quiet dust, the rest of Athens is a cacophony of ambition. To understand the man, we must understand the machine he lived inside, for Athens in this moment is not merely a city. It is an empire disguised as a democracy, a place where silver flows like water and words are sharper than spears. As we drift through the awakening streets, we hear the distinct, heavy clinking of coins changing hands. These are the famous owls of Athens, thick silver tetradrachms, stamped with the wide-eyed bird of wisdom. They are the currency of the Mediterranean, dug from the deep, suffering mines of Lorient by thousands of unseen slaves, fueling a society that claims to be the freest on earth. It is a paradox that Socrates observes daily. A city of supreme liberty, built upon the backs of the unfree, a civilization reaching for the divine, while rooted in the dark, metallic earth. The air smells of the sea, carried on the breeze from the port of Piraeus, where the triremes, those sleek wooden warships with eyes painted on their prows, sit ready to enforce Athenian will across the Aegean. This is the age of Pericles, the golden age, though golden implies a stillness that does not exist here. Everything is in motion. Above the city, the Acropolis is a construction site. The Parthenon is rising, a skeleton of white, pentelic marble, surrounded by bamboo scaffolding and the shouts of architects. Historians still debate the exact cost of this project, but we know it was financed by the tribute of allies who thought they were paying for protection, not for the vanity of Athens. Pericles, the great statesman, argues that the city should be the school of Hellas, a monument so beautiful that future generations will wonder if gods, not men, lived here. We can imagine Socrates standing in the shadow of these rising columns, squinting not at the architecture, but at the architects, while others marvel at the symmetry of the Doric order. He is likely wondering if a beautiful building makes the people inside it beautiful, or if it merely hides their ugliness better. It is a thought that hums in the background, a low-frequency note of doubt in a symphony of self-congratulation. We move now to the Pnyx, the rocky hill where democracy breathes. It is a natural amphitheater, carved from the living rock, where 6,000 male citizens gather to decide the fate of the world. Close your eyes and listen to the sound of radical democracy. It is not the polite murmuring of a modern parliament. It is a roar. It is the sound of farmers, potters, aristocrats, and veterans shouting over one another, a storm of opinions swirling under the open sky. In Athens, power is not in the bloodline. It is in the tongue. The ability to speak, rhetoric, is the most valuable weapon a man can own. Teachers called sophists flock here from foreign lands, promising to teach young men how to turn a weak argument into a strong one for a fee, of course. They treat words like mercenaries, loyal only to the highest bidder. Into this arena steps Pericles. He is often depicted in busts wearing a helmet pushed back on his head. Ancient gossip, which was just as vicious as the modern kind, claimed he wore it to hide the fact that his head was shaped like a sea onion, a little squill. But when he speaks, the shape of his skull matters little. His voice is calm, rational, terrifyingly persuasive. He tells the Athenians what they want to hear, that they are unique, that they are invincible, that they are the climax of history. And the crowd roars its approval, drunk on the wine of their own exceptionalism. It is a seductive atmosphere. It feels good to be an Athenian. It feels safe. But Socrates stands at the fringe of the crowd, wrapped in his coarse, frayed cloak. He is not cheering. He is listening to the silence behind the words. He notices that when Pericles speaks of justice, the crowd nods. But if you asked 10 men in that crowd to define justice, you would get 10 different answers. They agree on the sound of the word, not the meaning. This terrifies him. A city that acts with a single will, but thinks with 1,000 confused minds, is a dangerous beast. There is a gentle absurdity to the scene as well, if you look closely. The sheer logistics of direct democracy mean that sometimes the most critical decisions of state are delayed because it begins to rain, or because the sausage sellers in the market are too loud. We might spot Socrates smiling to himself as a passionate orator is interrupted by a stray goat wandering onto the speaker's platform. It is a reminder that for all their lofty ideals, they are still men standing on a hill, shouting at the wind. But the danger is real. This society, for all its glory, is hypersensitive. It prides itself on parrhesia, frank, fearless speech. A citizen can stand up and insult a general, mock a magistrate, or question a law. It is the lungs of the city. Yet, Socrates senses a limit. You can question a policy, but can you question the value of the policy? You can criticize a man, but can you criticize the virtue he claims to possess? The system is designed to handle debate, but it is not designed to handle deconstruction. It is here, in the contrast between the solid marble of the Parthenon and the fluid, shifting rhetoric of the assembly, that Socrates finds his calling. He realizes that Athens is suffering from a peculiar kind of ignorance, the ignorance of thinking it knows everything. The city is like a man running at full speed toward a cliff, convinced he can fly. Socrates does not want to trip the man. He wants to gently ask, "Are you sure about gravity?" As the midday sun beats down on the limestone, bleaching the world white, the noise of the assembly fades into the bustle of the afternoon. The great experiment of democracy continues, messy and magnificent. But questions are beginning to ferment in the mind of the stonecutter. He looks at the powerful men, the silver men of influence, and he sees not strength, but a terrifying fragility. They are sleepwalking on the edge of a razor. He knows he cannot wake them by shouting. They are used to shouting. He must find another way. He must find a way to whisper so loudly that it shatters their dreams. The seeds of his mission are sown here, in the shadow of Pericles, in the hum of the silver mines, in the roar of the Pnyx. But to understand the true origin of his quest, we must leave the noise of Athens behind. We must travel north to the center of the world, where the air is thin and cold, and where the gods speak in riddles. The city of speech has given him the context, but it is the mountain of silence that will give him the cause. The day turns to late afternoon. The shadows of the olive trees lengthen, and the first cool breeze from the mountains touches Socrates' cheek, beckoning him toward a destiny he never asked for, and a title he never wanted. We leave the clamor of the agora behind now, drifting upward and outward, away from the salt spray of the Aegean and into the thinning air of the mountains. The road to wisdom, it seems, is rarely a straight path, and in the ancient world, it is often a steep, winding trail that tests the lungs as much as the spirit. We are following the footsteps of a man named Chaerephon, a close friend of Socrates, though friend feels too mild a word. Chaerephon is a devotee, an intense, energetic shadow who trails the philosopher with the enthusiasm of a puppy and the intensity of a storm. He is known in Athens for his pale complexion and his wild, impulsive nature. The kind of friend who wakes you up at dawn because he had a thought that simply couldn't wait until breakfast. While Socrates stays in Athens, rooted like an old olive tree, Chaerephon takes it upon himself to make the pilgrimage that will change everything. He travels north toward the slopes of Mount Parnassus to the sacred precinct of Delphi. The landscape here changes. The soft, cultivated hills of Attica give way to jagged, imposing crags of grey limestone that seem to tear at the sky. This is a place where the earth feels older, heavier, and far more dangerous. Delphi is known as the Omphalos, the navel of the world. According to myth, Zeus released two eagles from opposite ends of the universe, and this is where they met, crashing together in the center of existence. As we approach, the air grows crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine resin and the faint metallic tang of mineral springs. The silence here is profound. It is not the empty silence of a desert, but a heavy, listening silence, as if the mountain itself is holding its breath, waiting for you to speak. The path winds up to the Temple of Apollo, a structure of stunning grace perched on the side of the cliff, overlooking a valley of shimmering green olive trees far below. It feels precariously balanced between the earth and the heavens, a perfect stage for the intersection of God and man. Chaerephon arrives, dusty and breathless, his heart pounding not just from the climb, but from the audacity of his mission. He enters the sanctuary, passing the famous inscriptions carved into the stone forecourt. He walks past, nothing in excess, a warning against the very intensity that drives him. He walks past, "Know thyself," a command that will soon become the haunting refrain of his friend's life. But Chaerephon is not here to read. He is here to ask. He enters the temple, where the light is dim and golden, filtered through the smoke of burning laurel leaves and barley cakes. In the inner sanctum, the Adyton, sits the Pythia. She is the high priestess, the mouthpiece of Apollo. She sits on a tripod stool over a chasm in the earth, a fissure in the bedrock. For centuries, historians and geologists argued whether the vapors described by ancients were real or merely symbolic. In recent years, scientists have found fault lines beneath the temple that likely released ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling substance that can induce mild trances and euphoria. It adds a layer of sensory reality to the myth, the idea that the voice of the god rode into the world on a breath of sweet, intoxicating geology. The Pythia is veiled, her voice often altering, her body swaying as she inhales the breath of the earth. She is a terrifying vessel, a woman who has emptied herself so that a god may fill the space. Pilgrims usually ask about harvests, wars, or marriages, questions of future gain or loss. Chaerephon, true to his nature, asks something entirely different. He does not ask for wealth. He does not ask for the outcome of a battle. He asks a question of status, a question that seeks to rank the human mind. "Is there anyone," Chaerephon asks, his voice trembling slightly in the smoky gloom, "who is wiser than Socrates?" The question hangs in the heavy air. The priests wait, the smoke curls. And then, the Pythia speaks. Usually, the oracle is notorious for riddles, answers so vague they can be interpreted in two opposite ways, ensuring the god is never wrong. A king once asked if he should invade a neighboring empire, and the oracle replied, "If you cross the river, a great empire will fall." Encouraged, he invaded, only to have his own empire fall. The prophecy was true, just not helpful. But this time, there is no riddle. There is no poetry. There is no ambiguity. The voice comes from the veil, flat and final. "No one is wiser." Chaerephon blinks. It is a superlative. It is an absolute. He likely waits for a but or an accept, but none comes. He turns and descends the mountain, carrying this sentence like a burning coal in his hands. He rushes back to Athens, the journey down, feeling faster than the climb up, his mind racing with the implications. When he finally finds Socrates, perhaps sitting on a stone bench in the gymnasium, watching the wrestlers, or leaning against a wall in the artisan district, he delivers the news with breathless excitement. The god has spoken, Socrates. Apollo himself. He says, you are the wisest man alive. We can imagine the scene. The noise of the city stops for a moment in their little circle. Socrates looks at his friend. He looks at the dusty sandals, the sweat on Chaerephon's brow, the fanatical gleam in his eyes. And then Socrates lightly laughs, a soft, wheezing, incredulous laugh. He probably checks to see if Chaerephon has stopped at a wine shop on the way back from the port. Me? He might have said, gesturing to his frayed tunic and his empty hands. Wise? This is the turning point of his life, though he does not treat it as a coronation. He treats it as a crisis. Socrates is painfully, acutely aware of his own ignorance. He knows that he does not know how the cosmos works. He does not know what virtue is, truly. He does not know the nature of the soul. He is just a man who asks questions because he is confused. If he knows nothing, and the god says he is the wisest, then there is a paradox. And since a god cannot lie, for truth is the nature of divinity, there must be a hidden meaning. The oracle is not a statement of fact. It is a riddle that must be solved. Most men, upon being told they are the smartest in the world, would simply agree and start charging higher fees for their advice. They would buy a better cloak and walk with a strut. Socrates does the opposite. He feels a burden settling onto his shoulders, heavier than the stones he used to carry. He interprets the oracle not as a compliment, but as a challenge. It is a divine command to investigate the nature of wisdom itself. He assumes the god is mistaken, or rather, that the god is using irony. I must prove the god wrong, he thinks, though he would never phrase it so impiously aloud. I must find a man who is truly wise, bring him to the shrine, and say to the god, here is a man wiser than I, yet you said I was the wisest. It is a humble arrogance, or perhaps an arrogant humility. He decides to test the heavens by testing the earth. He will scour Athens. He will find the experts, the leaders, the poets, the craftsmen, the men who claim to know. He will interview them, confirm their wisdom, and thus solve the riddle. He does not know yet that this quest will cost him his life. He only knows that he cannot rest while the contradiction exists. The sun sets over Athens, painting the Acropolis in shades of bruised purple and fire orange. The city prepares for sleep, locking its doors and lighting its oil lamps. But Socrates is awake. He is staring into the dark, the words of the Pythia echoing in his mind like a tinnitus he cannot silence. No one is wiser. The stonecutter has been given a new chisel, and he is about to apply it to the hardest surface in the world, the human ego. The investigation is about to begin, and the first suspects are the most powerful men in the city. The quest begins not with a shout, but with the quiet shuffle of sandals on stone. Socrates steps out into the city, armed with nothing but the oracle's baffling sentence and a polite, relentless curiosity. He is not a hunter seeking prey. He is a man seeking a teacher. He genuinely wants to be proven wrong. He wants to find the man who knows, bow down and say to Apollo, "See, you were mistaken." It is a charmingly reluctant crusade. Most men spend their lives trying to prove they are right. Socrates spends his trying to prove that someone else is right, provided that someone can survive a simple conversation. His first destination is obvious. If wisdom lives anywhere in Athens, surely it lives in the halls of power, among the politicians who steer the ship of state. These are the men who decide on war and peace, who draft the laws, who speak of justice and virtue, with the confidence of men who have the definitions locked in their strong boxes at home. We follow him as he approaches a prominent statesman, perhaps a man who has just stepped off the rostrum at the Pnyx, flushed with the applause of the crowd, his toga draped in careful statuesque folds. The setting is likely the Stoa of Zeus, a shaded colonnade where the powerful gather to escape the midday heat. The air is cool here, smelling of dry limestone and the faint, sweet scent of figs being eaten by a clerk nearby. Socrates approaches with that trademark shuffle, his head lowered, looking for all the world like a confused peasant asking for directions. "Oh, noble sir," he might begin, his voice soft and scratching like dry leaves. "I heard you speak today of how we must raise the youth to be virtuous citizens. It was a magnificent speech, truly stirring." The politician smiles, expanding his chest. Flattery is the currency of the agora, and he accepts it as his due. But, Socrates continues, blinking his bulging eyes, "As I walked away, I realized I was too stupid to understand one small thing. You spoke of virtue as if it were a tool we use. But what is virtue? Is it the ability to rule? Is it kindness? Or is it something else entirely?" The politician, amused by this quaint little man, gives a standard answer, perhaps a quote from a famous poet or a cliché about serving the city. "Virtue," he says with a wave of his hand, "is the capacity to govern men." Socrates nods, looking impressed. But does one govern well without justice? Of course not. The politician snaps, slightly less patient now. "So virtue is justice?" "Yes, yes. But is justice the same for a king as it is for a cobbler?" Well, the dance begins. It is slow at first. Socrates asks a question that seems harmless, a mere clarification. The politician answers. Socrates finds a small hole in the answer, a contradiction. "But sir, if virtue is ruling, what about a child? Can a child be virtuous? A child cannot rule. So either children have no virtue, or your definition is incomplete." The politician frowns. He tries to patch the hole. "Virtue is different for a child," he says quickly. "Ah," Socrates replies, "so there is not one virtue but many, like a swarm of bees? I asked for the definition of the bee, and you have given me the whole hive." The crowd nearby stops their chatter. They lean in. There is a primal entertainment in watching a large structure collapse. And right now, the structure is the politician's ego. Slowly, painfully, the statesman realizes he is trapped. He has used the word virtue 1,000 times in speeches, but he has never actually defined it. He knows the rhythm of the word, but not the nature of the thing. His confidence begins to curdle into irritation. He looks for an exit. He suddenly remembers an urgent meeting with a general. He brushes Socrates off, muttering about wasting time with fools, and strides away. Socrates is left standing in the shade, genuinely disappointed. He turns to the crowd, perhaps shrugging. "I only wanted to know," he says. And in that moment, the first terrifying variable of his equation falls into place. The politician thought he knew, but he did not. Socrates knows he does not know. Therefore, by a margin of the thinnest hair, Socrates is wiser. It is a wisdom of subtraction. He is not rich in knowledge. He is merely less poor in delusion. But the city is large, and there are other kinds of wisdom. He turns his eyes to the theatre. If the politicians are the mind of Athens, the poets are its soul. They are the tragedians and the writers of hymns, men who claim to be touched by the muses themselves. Surely, the man who writes of the wrath of Achilles or the sorrow of Antigone understands the deep machinery of the human heart. Socrates makes his way to the theatre of Dionysus, carved into the southern slope of the Acropolis. It is empty now, save for a few actors rehearsing in masks, their voices booming strangely through the oversized mouth holes. He finds a celebrated poet, perhaps a writer of dithyrambs, the wild ecstatic choral hymns. He approaches with a scroll in hand. "Sir," Socrates says, "this passage you wrote about the suffering of the soul. It moves me to tears. But tell me, what did you mean here? How is suffering a gift?" The poet looks at the passage. He looks at Socrates. He frowns. "Well," the poet stammers, "it means it captures the feeling of the sadness." Socrates presses gently. "But why? What is the function of the sadness? Is it to teach us, to punish us?" The poet struggles. He begins to talk about inspiration, about how the words just came to him in a fever dream, how a god whispered them in his ear. Socrates listens, and a sad realization dawns on him. The poet is a conduit, not a creator. He is like a flute. The music moves through him, but the flute does not understand the melody. The bystanders, some of whom are fans of the poet, watch with dropped jaws as the literary giant fails to explain his own masterpiece. It is an awkward, cringe-inducing scene, like watching a magician drop his cards. Socrates realizes that these men say beautiful things, but they do not know why they are beautiful. Their wisdom is accidental. It is a flash of lightning, not a steady lamp. He leaves the theatre, the scroll rolled up in his hand, the score still settled at 0. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows across the dusty streets, turning the white marble to gold. The air cools, smelling of roasted barley and the damp earth of evening watering. He has walked across the spectrum of Athenian brilliance, from the practical power of the politician to the divine inspiration of the poet. And in both places, he found the same hollow echo. They were statues painted to look like flesh, solid on the outside, empty on the inside. Historians and scholars still debate the timeline of these interrogations. Did Socrates truly go on a systematic mission immediately after the oracle's pronouncement, as Plato describes in the Apology? Or was this a narrative device used to compress decades of annoyance into a single divine mandate? Some argue that Socrates was simply a conversationalist by nature, and the oracle story was a later justification for a lifetime of being a pest. But as we watch him walk through the gathering twilight, the distinction feels irrelevant. Whether driven by a god or by his own restless nature, the result is the same. He is becoming a mirror in which Athens sees its own confusion, and Athens is beginning to hate the reflection. He walks past the workshops of the craftsmen, the potters, the tanners, the smiths. He will visit them too, eventually. He will find that they are different. They actually know things. A shoemaker knows how to make a shoe. A smith knows how to temper bronze. But because they know this one true thing, they mistakenly believe they also know how to govern a state or please the gods. The error is the same, the overreach of the ego. As night falls, Socrates returns to his own small home, perhaps greeting his wife, Xanthippe. History has been unkind to her, painting her as a shrew, a woman who poured water over his head and scolded him for his laziness. But let us look with a softer eye. Here is a woman married to a man who refuses to charge for his work, who spends his days proving that powerful men are fools, and who brings home nothing but arguments. Her frustration is the grounding reality to his soaring philosophy. She is the voice of the household economy, the reminder that while wisdom is food for the soul, it does not put bread on the table. Socrates sits, perhaps eating a simple meal of olives and bread, the oil lamp flickering on his rugged face. He is tired. The wisdom of Athens has crumbled in his hands like dry clay. He has not found a master. He has found a city of sleepwalkers. The oracle's riddle is solving itself, and the answer is terrifying. He is the wisest only because he is awake in a nightmare of ignorance. And now, he has a choice. He can go back to sleep like the others, pretending to know, or he can stay awake and try to rouse the house. He chews his olive, staring into the flame. He knows that waking people up is dangerous. People love their dreams. They hate the light that breaks them. But the stonecutter cannot leave the stone rough. He must smooth it. He must polish it. Tomorrow, he will go back to the agora. Tomorrow, he will refine the tool that will eventually cut him down. The method is forming in his mind, a way of asking, a way of dismantling, a way of birthing truth through the pain of confusion. The Socratic method is about to be born, not in a classroom, but in the dust of the street, amidst the noise of a city that thinks it knows everything. The sun climbs higher over the marketplace, baking the clay tiles of the rooftops until they shimmer in the heat. The morning shadows have retreated, leaving the agora exposed, bright, and unforgiving. It is in this harsh light that Socrates perfects his craft. What began as a desperate search for an expert has evolved into something far more disciplined, far more surgical. It is no longer just a series of conversations. It is the birth of a method, a technique that will be studied for millennia, but is currently just a very effective way to ruin a prominent man's lunch hour. We watch him now, moving not with the aimlessness of a wanderer, but with the focus of a hunter. He has realized that the ignorance of Athens is not a passive void. It is an active fortification. People build walls of words to protect their fragile beliefs. To breach these walls, one cannot simply use a battering ram of facts. One must find the loose brick, the weak mortar, the structural flaw that the builder himself forgot. This is the art of the elenchus, the Socratic refutation. It is a form of intellectual combat that disguises itself as a friendly chat. It begins with ironia, irony. Socrates approaches a target, usually someone brimming with confidence, a general who thinks he knows courage, or a priest who claims to know piety. Socrates makes himself small. He hunches his shoulders, widens his eyes, and adopts the posture of a student. "Teach me," he implores. "I am just a simple man, confused by the world. You who are so learned, surely you can explain this to me." It is a trap so baited with honey that few can resist. The victim, flattered by the deference of this eccentric old man, steps forward, eager to dispense wisdom. They offer a definition. Courage is standing your ground in battle. The general might say, chest puffed out like a pigeon. Socrates nods enthusiastically. Wonderful. A perfect definition. But just one small thing troubles me. And so the needle slides in. What if, Socrates asks, a soldier retreats strategically to ambush the enemy? Is that not also courageous? The general pauses. Well, yes, I suppose. So courage is not just standing one's ground. It can also be retreating. Yes. Then your first definition was incomplete. The general frowns. He adjusts his sword belt. The crowd that has gathered, idlers, students, shopkeepers taking a break, leans in. They sense the shift. The ground is moving. Socrates does not attack. He merely asks for agreement on a new premise. He leads the general step by step, getting a yes here, a certainly there, until suddenly the general finds himself agreeing to a conclusion that is the exact opposite of where he started. The trap snaps shut, not with a clang, but with a silence. The definition has dissolved. The general stands there, mouth slightly open, stripped of his certainty in front of his fellow citizens. It is a sensation that one of his future students, Meno, will compare to being stung by a torpedo fish, a stingray that numbs its victims with a shock. The victim of Socrates is left paralyzed, not physically, but mentally. This state is called aporia, a pathlessness, a moment where the mind hits a dead end and is forced to admit it is lost. To Socrates, this numbness is not the end. It is the beginning. It is the moment the fever breaks. Only when the false knowledge is cleared away can true inquiry begin. He is not trying to humiliate these men, though humiliation is often the byproduct. He is trying to cure them. He sees himself as a physician of the soul, and the pain he inflicts is the pain of lancing a boil. He often uses a different metaphor, one that honors the memory of his mother, Phanerete. I am a midwife, he tells the young men who follow him. I am barren of wisdom myself, just as a midwife is past the age of bearing children. But I know how to deliver the ideas of others. He believes that the truth is already inside us, buried under layers of custom and prejudice. His questions are the contractions that force the idea out. Sometimes the birth is successful, and a beautiful truth enters the world. But often, Socrates examines the newborn idea, holds it up to the light of reason, and shakes his head. This is a wind egg, he declares gently, a phantom pregnancy. It is false. And then, with a ruthlessness that belies his gentle voice, he discards it. The mother, the young man who thought he had a brilliant insight, is often devastated. They want to keep their idea, even if it is wrong, just as a parent loves a child. But Socrates is adamant. We cannot nurse falsehoods. There is a subtle humor in watching this play out day after day. One can imagine the shopkeepers of the agora betting on how long a newcomer will last. I give the sophist 5 minutes, the fishmonger might whisper to the fig seller. He's using circular logic. Socrates eats circular logic for breakfast. And indeed, 5 minutes later, the sophist is stuttering, looking for an excuse to leave, perhaps suddenly remembering he left a pot on the fire 3 days ago. Socrates, ever the polite host of the conversation, always feigns disappointment. Oh, must you go? We were just getting to the heart of the matter. He is like a man who invites you to a wrestling match, but insists on calling it a hug. Historians and philosophers still debate the nature of this method. Was it purely destructive? Did Socrates truly have no positive doctrines of his own, Or was his claim of ignorance a pedagogical mask? Some scholars argue that the historical Socrates was different from the Platonic Socrates, that the real man was more concerned with ethics and definition, while the metaphysical theories of forms and souls were later additions by his student Plato. But in the heat of the Athenian afternoon, these distinctions blur. What matters is the electric tension of the dialogue. What matters is the terrifying realization that words, the very tools we use to navigate reality, are slippery, treacherous things. We see him now with a young aristocrat, perhaps near the gymnasium, where the oil-slicked bodies of athletes glisten in the sun. The young man is beautiful, wealthy, and arrogant. He treats the conversation as a game he intends to win. He speaks of friendship as a transaction, a way to gain power. Socrates listens, his head cocked to the side, his hands folded in his lap. He does not lecture the boy on morality. He simply asks, "If you buy a horse, do you want a horse that hates you or loves you?" "One that loves me, of course," the boy sneers. "And how do you make a horse love you? By whipping it or by feeding it? By caring for it. So to get the benefit of the horse, you must first benefit the horse? Yes. And is a friend more complex than a horse?" The boy's sneer fades. The logic is tightening like a noose. So to have a friend, you must first be a friend. The transaction has become a relationship. The selfishness has been inverted into selflessness, all without Socrates ever uttering a command. He has merely held up a mirror, and the boy has seen his own ugliness reflected in the glass. The atmosphere around these encounters is heavy with sensory detail. The buzzing of flies, real flies, attracted to the market stalls, mingles with the metaphorical buzzing of the gadfly of Athens. The smell of unwashed bodies, the sharp aroma of cheap wine, the dust kicked up by sandals. It is all grounded, gritty, real. Philosophy here is not a library pursuit. It is a street fight. It happens amidst the noise of life. A donkey brays loudly just as a definition is reached, causing the crowd to laugh. A cloud passes over the sun, dimming the light just as a dark realization hits the interlocutor. The world participates in the dialogue. As the sun begins to dip, signaling the end of the working day, Socrates is often left alone, or surrounded by a small knot of fascinated listeners. The man he questioned has fled, nursing a bruised ego. But the method has done its work. A crack has appeared in the facade of the city. Someone, somewhere, is lying in bed tonight, staring at the ceiling, wondering if they actually know what they thought they knew. Socrates rubs his bearded chin, his eyes twinkling with a mix of mischief and melancholy. He has cleared a small patch of weeds in the garden of the mind, but the jungle is vast, and the weeds grow back so quickly. He stands up, brushing the dust from his tunic. The stonecutter's work is never done. But as he walks away, he is not just a lonely eccentric anymore. He is being watched. A circle is forming, a circle of bright, dangerous, hungry eyes. The youth of Athens have found their champion, and the shadows in the agora are about to lengthen in more ways than one. The day ages, and the light in the agora begins to change. The harsh vertical glare of noon softens into a slanted gold that catches the dust motes dancing in the air. Millions of tiny floating worlds suspended in the breath of the city. We are still in the marketplace, but the mood has shifted. The serious business of commerce is winding down. The stalls selling salted fish and fresh figs are packing up, the wicker baskets stacked high, the donkeys loaded for the trudge home. But as the merchants leave, a different kind of crowd remains. They gather, not to buy, but to watch. These are the shadows in the agora, the young men of Athens who have found in Socrates a pastime more thrilling than the cockfights and more dangerous than the dice games played in the back alleys of the Piraeus. They are easy to spot. They wear tunics of fine bleached wool, not the rough, undyed cloth of the workers. Their sandals are made of soft leather, laced high up the calf. They smell of scented oil from the wrestling grounds of the Lyceum. These are the sons of the aristocracy, the golden youth of the city. They are the children of the very men Socrates has been dismantling. They have leisure, skol in Greek, the root of our word school. Though what is happening here is far from a formal classroom. There are no desks, no fees, no curriculum. There is only an ugly old man leaning against a limestone column and a circle of bright, eager faces waiting for the next victim to wander into the trap. To these young men, the Socratic dialogue is a spectator sport. It is a bloodless gladiator match where the weapon is logic and the fatal blow is a contradiction. They watch with rapt attention as a pompous general or a self-important priest is stripped of his dignity layer by layer. When the expert stammers, flushes red, and finally retreats into silence, a ripple of delight moves through the circle. It is the rebellious thrill of seeing authority humbled. For a generation raised on the strict expectations of duty and tradition, watching Socrates question their father's values is an intoxicating release. It is a rebellion of the mind. We can imagine a young Plato in this crowd, broad-shouldered, for Platon was likely a nickname meaning broad, and quiet, absorbing every word, his mind already turning these dusty street encounters into the immortal dialogues of the future. We might see Xenophon, more practical, noting down the ethical definitions like a soldier memorizing a map. But many others are there simply for the fun of it. They nudge each other when Socrates feigns ignorance. They hold their breath when the target takes the bait. And most dangerously, they begin to imitate him. The shadow of the agora stretches into the domestic sphere. Historians paint a vivid picture of the chaos this caused in Athenian households. Imagine the dinner tables of the wealthy. A father, tired from a day of politics, tells his son to eat his vegetables because it is good. The son, fresh from an afternoon with Socrates, does not pick up his spoon. Instead, he picks up an argument. "But father," he asks, with a maddeningly innocent expression, "what do you mean by good? Is it good for my health or good for your peace of mind? And if it is good for me, but I do not want it, is it not then bad for my happiness? Can a thing be both good and bad?" The father stares at his son. He hears the echo of the stonecutter in his own home. The dinner turns cold. The patience snaps. The resentment that will eventually kill Socrates begins to build here, not in the public squares, but in the private frustrations of parents who feel their authority slipping away like sand. Socrates, for his part, seems genuinely unaware of the friction he is generating. He does not see himself as a corrupter. He believes he is teaching these young men to care for their souls, to value truth over reputation. When they mimic him, he perhaps sees it as flattery, or better, as practice in the art of thinking. He does not see that, in their hands, the elenchus is not a scalpel for healing, but a knife for cutting ties. He is a man so in love with the process of inquiry that he forgets how much people value the comfort of their answers. He walks among these shadows like a ghost, untouched by the growing tension. He is protected, for now, by his poverty and his oddity. He is seen as a character, a local fixture, like a stray dog that everyone knows. Oh, that's just Socrates, they say. Don't look him in the eye, or you'll be late for dinner. But the shadows are deepening. The agora is not just a place of light. It is a place of memory and consequence. We are standing near the altar of the 12 gods, the official center of the city from which all distances are measured. It is a sacred spot. Yet here stands a man who questions the nature of holiness itself. To the pious older generation, this proximity is jarring. They see the youth laughing near the shrines, debating the existence of the gods while leaning on the temple walls. They begin to whisper that Socrates is not just a nuisance, he is a threat. He is turning the sons against the fathers. He is making the weaker argument appear the stronger. He is dismantling the invisible glue that holds the city together. Respect, tradition, obedience. There is a scholarly debate that lingers here. Did Socrates have a circle or a school? He vehemently denied being a teacher. I have never taught anyone anything, he would say, because I know nothing. He took no money, unlike the sophists. He gave no grades. Anyone could walk away at any time. Yet the bond between him and these young men was profound. It was an erotic bond in the ancient Greek sense, a desire for the beautiful, directed toward the beauty of the mind. They loved him. They loved his ugliness, which hid a golden interior, like a Silenus statue that opens to reveal a god. This intensity of affection terrified the city almost as much as the questions did. A teacher you pay is a servant. A teacher you love is a master. As twilight finally claims the agora, painting the sky in deep indigo and charcoal, the sensory world shifts. The noise of the day is replaced by the chirping of crickets in the dry grass near the painted stoa. The air cools rapidly, carrying the scent of wood smoke from 1,000 cooking fires. The Acropolis above turns into a silhouette, a black, jagged crown against the stars. The young men begin to disperse, heading home to their angry fathers, their heads full of dangerous ideas. Socrates remains for a moment, perhaps adjusting his worn cloak against the chill. He is alone again. The shadows he has cast are long, reaching further than he can see, reaching all the way into the future of Western thought. But in the immediate darkness of Athens, those shadows are hiding knives. He turns to walk back to Alopes, his sandals scuffing the stones. He passes the status of the tyrannicides, the heroes who killed the last tyrants of Athens. It is a silent reminder that this city kills what it fears. Socrates does not fear. He hums a little tune, perhaps a fragment of a hymn, his mind already working on the next problem, the next definition, the next soul to be examined. He does not know that he is walking through the twilight of his own life. The golden age is ending. The war with Sparta is looming on the horizon, a storm that will break the spirit of Athens and sour its patience for eccentric philosophers. The playful shadows of the agora are about to become the terrifying darkness of the court. But for tonight, there is only the peace of the inquiry. The question hangs in the air, unresolved, beautiful, and deadly. What is the life of a just man? The silence of the city offers no answer, only the wind moving through the olive trees, whispering of changes to come. To understand the danger Socrates posed, we must understand the competition. In the bustling marketplace of ideas that was 5th century Athens, wisdom was not just a pursuit, it was a commodity. Enter the sophists, the wise men who arrived in the city like traveling rock stars of the ancient world. They did not look like Socrates. They were foreigners, hailing from Abdera, Leontini, or Elise, bringing with them the exotic sense of distant lands and the dazzling allure of new knowledge. They wore robes of purple and saffron, embroidered with intricate patterns that caught the eye from across the agora. Their voices were trained instruments, capable of mesmerizing a crowd, modulating from a thunderous roar to a conspiratorial whisper. And most importantly, they charged a fee, a very steep fee. To hire a top-tier sophist like Protagoras or Gorgias to tutor your son could cost as much as a small house. In exchange, they promised something irresistible to the ambitious Athenian father: arete, or excellence. Specifically, the excellence of political success. They taught the art of rhetoric, the ability to speak persuasively in the assembly and the law courts. In a direct democracy where every citizen had to defend himself and advocate for his own policies, this skill was more valuable than iron. It was the key to power. The sophists claimed they could teach a man to argue both sides of any case, to make the weaker argument appear the stronger, and to bend the will of the mob like a bow. Into this glittering world of high-priced education shuffled Socrates, barefoot, wearing the same threadbare cloak he has worn for 10 years, looking less like a professor and more like a porter. The contrast is stark, almost comical. On one side, the sophist, who claims to know everything. Hippias of Elis famously boasted that he had made every item of clothing on his body, including his ring, just to prove his mastery of all arts. On the other side, Socrates, who claims to know nothing and likely couldn't sew a button if his life depended on it. The rivalry between them is not just personal, it is fundamental. It is a clash between two incompatible visions of what a human being is for. To the sophist, the mind is a weapon to be sharpened for victory. Truth is relative. Man is the measure of all things, Protagoras famously said. The wind feels cold to you, it is cold. If it feels warm to me, it is warm. There is no absolute cold, just as there is no absolute justice. There is only persuasion. If I can convince the crowd that the war is just, then it is just. Socrates looks at this transaction with horror. To him, the mind is not a weapon. It is a sanctuary. Truth is not relative. It is absolute, divine, and unchangeable. Justice exists, even if no one in Athens can define it. He sees the sophists not as teachers, but as dangerous merchants selling food for the soul, without knowing if the food is nutritious or poisonous. He often uses this exact metaphor, warning young Hippocrates. You wouldn't buy a fish from a market stall and eat it without knowing if it was fresh, yet you are ready to entrust your soul to a stranger. He haunts the sophists. He shows up at the wealthy homes where they are holding court, like the house of Callias, which Plato describes as being so full of sophists that the doorman, thinking Socrates was another one, almost slammed the door in his face. No more wise men, the doorman might have grumbled, a sentiment Socrates would have heartily agreed with. Once inside, Socrates does not heckle. He does not shout. He simply asks. He engages the great Protagoras in a discussion about whether virtue can actually be taught, if it can be sold For a bag of silver, surely it is a transferable object. But if Pericles, the greatest man in Athens, could not teach his own sons to be wise, and everyone knew his sons were, to put it politely, simpletons, then how can a stranger from Abdera teach it? The sophists find him exhausting. He is the customer who walks into a luxury boutique, fingers the silk, asks where the worms came from, asks if the worms were happy, and then leaves without buying anything. But it is worse than that. By demonstrating that these expensive teachers cannot define the very things they are selling, Socrates is threatening their livelihood. He is devaluing their currency. If a father sees the great Gorgias tied in knots by the local eccentric, he might think twice about paying that bag of silver. Socrates offers his own companionship for free, driven by love and a sense of divine duty. This makes him an economic threat. He is the open source software in a world of proprietary operating systems. Historians and modern scholars have spent decades trying to rehabilitate the sophists, arguing that they were unfairly maligned by Plato. They point out that the sophists played a crucial role in the development of democracy. They standardized grammar, analyzed literature, and taught the practical skills necessary for civic life. In a way, they were the first humanists, focusing on human potential rather than the inscrutable will of the gods. Scholars argue, historians still debate whether Socrates was actually a sophist himself in the eyes of the average Athenian. To the man on the street, the distinction was blurry. Both were intellectuals, both questioned tradition, both gathered young men around them. The nuanced difference, that one sought victory and the other sought truth, was often lost in the noise of the argument. This confusion is critical. It explains why the city would eventually turn on him. If the public believed Socrates was just another sophist, and a particularly annoying one who didn't even have the decency to dress well, then he inherited all the suspicion directed at these foreign intellectuals. The atmosphere of these encounters is rich with tension. Picture a symposium, the air thick with the smoke of oil lamps and the smell of mixed wine. The sophist is reclining on a couch, surrounded by admirers, spinning a beautiful web of words. He speaks in perfect rhythmic cadences. Then Socrates speaks. His voice is rougher, his speech plain. He uses examples from the barnyard and the workshop. He talks about cobblers, donkey drivers, and cooks. The sophists roll their eyes. Always with the cobblers, Socrates, they sigh. Can we not talk of heroes? We will talk of heroes, Socrates replies, when we understand what makes a cobbler good at his job, for surely a hero is just a man good at his. The humor is dry, like old parchment. Socrates punctures the balloon of their pomposity, not with a needle, but with a dull spoon. He makes the grand seem silly and the mundane seem profound. We must also consider the sensory experience of the sophistic allure. The sound of a well-delivered speech was like music to the Greeks. They savored the cadence, the balance of clauses. The sophists were masters of sound. Socrates, by contrast, was a master of silence. The silence that follows a question that hits its mark. He disrupted the music. He introduced the jarring note of doubt. In the home of Callias, amidst the clinking of wine cups and the rustle of expensive fabric, a battle is being fought that is more significant than the wars with Sparta. It is a battle for the definition of reality. Is truth something we make or something we find? Is the world constructed by our language, or does it exist independently of us? The sophists said we build it. Socrates said we must find it, even if we die looking. As the party winds down and the guests stumble home under the starlight, the sophists count their coins, satisfied with their night's work. They have entertained, they have impressed, they are rich. Socrates walks home alone, his pockets empty, his belly half full. But his mind is ablaze. He has seen that the men who claim to sell wisdom are merely selling wind. He has confirmed, yet again, the oracle's paradox. He is wiser because he does not sell what he does not own. He knows that wisdom is not a commodity to be traded. It is a state of being to be achieved. But the city is watching. The conflation of the stonecutter with the star-studded sophists is growing. To the average citizen, they are all just thinkers, men who keep their heads in the clouds and look down on the earth. And soon, a playwright will take this confusion and put it on a stage, cementing the fatal misunderstanding that will lead Socrates to his death. The laughter of the theater is about to become the prelude to the silence of the cell. The rivalry of coin is ending. The rivalry of reputation is about to begin. We travel back now, sliding through the mists of memory to the year 423 BCE. The spring has arrived in Athens, and with it, the great Dionysia, the festival of theater, wine, and release. The city has transformed into a stage. The air is thick with the scent of roasted goat meat, sweet wine spilled on dusty ground, and the electric anticipation of 15,000 people squeezed onto the wooden benches of the theater of Dionysus. It is a sensory riot. The sun beats down on the southern slope of the Acropolis, warming the backs of the spectators who have been sitting here since dawn. They are here to judge. In Athens, theater is not merely entertainment. It is a competition, a civic duty, and a blood sport of reputation. And today, the target of the laughter is a familiar figure. On the stage, the chorus enters. They are dressed not as men or gods, but as billowy amorphous shapes, clouds. This is the new play by the brilliant young comic poet Aristophanes, titled simply The Clouds. The plot is absurd, biting, and cruel. An old farmer, Strepsiades, is drowning in debt because of his son's gambling and horse racing obsessions. Desperate to cheat his creditors, he decides to enroll in a school where they teach a new kind of logic, a logic that can twist the truth and make debt disappear. He heads to a dingy little house known as the Thinkery or the Frontisterion. And who is the headmaster of this school for scoundrels? Who is the man teaching the youth to beat their fathers and cheat the gods? A basket is lowered from the mechane, the crane usually reserved for the appearance of gods. But there is no god in the basket. There is a man. He wears a grotesque mask, a caricature with bulging eyes, a bald head, and a snub nose so exaggerated it looks like a snout. The audience roars with recognition. It is Socrates. Or rather, it is a funhouse mirror version of him. The character in the basket declares that he is walking on air and contemplating the sun, peering down at the mere mortals with disdain. The real Socrates is likely sitting in the audience. We can imagine him sandwiched between a tanner and a soldier, his actual snub nose twitching as he watches his theatrical doppelganger explain that rain is not sent by Zeus, but by the clouds urinating. The audience howls. The satire is relentless. In the play, Socrates is a charlatan who studies how many of its own feet a flea can jump and which end of a gnat produces the buzzing sound. It is low humor, earthy, and ridiculous. But then the play turns darker. This stage Socrates teaches the worse argument, the ability to talk your way out of any moral obligation. By the end of the play, the son beats his father and justifies it using the very logic he learned at the Thinkery. The play ends with the enraged father burning the school to the ground, with Socrates and his starving students choking in the smoke. It is a masterpiece of character assassination. Aristophanes has taken the eccentric stonecutter and blended him with everything the Athenians hate about the sophists and the natural philosophers. He has created a composite monster, a man who denies the gods, like Anaxagoras, charges money for trickery, like the sophists, and corrupts the family unit, a unique Athenian fear. The fact that the real Socrates did none of these things, he was poor, pious in his own way, and obsessed with ethics, not flea anatomy, does not matter to the playwright. Comedy does not need to be true. It only needs to be funny. And The Clouds is devastatingly funny. But here is the moment that defines the man. A legend passed down by Alien tells us that during the performance, some foreigners in the audience whispered, "Who is this Socrates they are mocking?" Hearing this, the real Socrates stood up from his seat. He stood there in full view of the 15,000, turning his face so they could compare the mask to the man. He did not look angry. He did not leave. He stood in silence, smiling, allowing the laughter to wash over him. It was a gesture of supreme confidence, a way of saying, "I am not afraid of my own shadow." He treated the mockery as a joke among friends, a bit of rough and tumble in the intellectual gymnasium. However, historians still argue whether this relationship was truly friendly. In Plato's Symposium, written years later, we see Socrates and Aristophanes drinking together in apparent harmony, trading banter until dawn. This suggests a mutual respect, a rivalry of wits rather than hatred. Some scholars believe Aristophanes actually intended to warn Socrates. "Look how the city sees you. You are misunderstood. Be careful." If so, it was a warning wrapped in a poisoned gift. For while Socrates laughed, the damage was being done. The image of the basket Socrates, the atheistic, hair-splitting chatterbox, was burning itself into the collective memory of Athens. This is the danger of the image. The play did not win first prize that year. It actually came in third, a failure that annoyed Aristophanes deeply. But it succeeded in a far more terrible way. It created a pre-trial in the court of public opinion. Many of the men who would sit on the jury 24 years later were young boys in the audience that day. They grew up laughing at the cartoon villain who burned down the Thinkery. When the real indictment finally arrived, accusing him of making the weaker argument the stronger, they nodded and thought, "Yes, I saw him do exactly that in the play." The satire had calcified into fact. The mask had eaten the face. Socrates, in his innocence, underestimated the power of the theater. He believed that if he just kept talking to people one-on-one, they would see the truth. He did not understand that a lie told to 15,000 people at once has a weight that one man's truth cannot easily shift. He was fighting a ghost, a rumor that had taken on a life of its own. In his defense years later, he would refer to these old accusers as more dangerous than the men actually prosecuting him. "I cannot call them to the stand," he would say. "I must fight with shadows." There is a soft, tragic irony in this. Socrates loved Athens. He loved its wit, its freedom, its ability to laugh at itself. He likely enjoyed the play more than anyone else, chuckling at the jokes about his poverty. He did not see that the laughter was changing texture. It was shifting from the belly laugh of the carnival to the sneer of the mob. The city was beginning to turn against its intellectuals. The war with Sparta was dragging on. The plague had decimated the population, and the mood was darkening. People wanted scapegoats. They wanted to know why the gods were angry. And here was a man, hanging in a basket, telling them that Zeus didn't exist. As the festival ends and the crowds disperse, flushing with wine and judgment, the sun sets on the theater. The masks are packed away in wooden crates. The actors wipe the paint from their faces, but the Socrates of the clouds does not vanish. He lingers in the taverns and the marketplaces. He becomes a shorthand for dangerous thinker. The real Socrates walks home, perhaps dusting off his cloak, where he sat on the stone bench, unaware that the script for his death has just been written, not by a judge, but by a comedian. He has been cast in a role he cannot escape. The sensory world of the theater fades, the sticky residue of wine, the echo of the chorus, the smell of sweat and dust. What remains is the silence of the aftermath. A reputation is a fragile thing, woven from smoke and whispers. Socrates has spent his life trying to build a fortress of logic, but Aristophanes has just breached the walls with a joke. The seed is planted. It will lie dormant for decades, watered by the disasters of the war and the betrayals of his friends, until it blooms into hemlock. And speaking of friends, there is one figure who embodies the tragic misunderstanding of Socrates' teaching more than any other. A young man who sat in that audience, laughing louder than anyone, who would take the Socratic method and use it to set the world on fire. We must turn our gaze now to the golden, reckless, and beautiful disaster named Alcibiades. The comedy is over. The tragedy begins. If Aristophanes provided the comedy that made Athens laugh at Socrates, the man we meet now provided the tragedy that made Athens fear him. We turn our gaze from the stage to the salon, from the caricature to the celebrity. Enter Alcibiades. To the Athenians, he is not just a man, he is a phenomenon. Imagine a figure who combines the strategic brilliance of a general, the wealth of a prince, the beauty of a movie star, and the reckless impulsiveness of a rock god. He is the ward of Pericles, the darling of the democracy, and the most dangerous man in the city. He walks through the agora trailing a scent of expensive perfume and scandal. He wears his purple robes trailing on the ground, a sign of decadent arrogance, and speaks with a slight lisp that the youth of Athens imitate as the height of fashion. He is the golden lion cub of the empire, and the only person who can tame him, even for a moment, is the barefoot stonecutter. The relationship between Socrates and Alcibiades is one of history's great psychological mysteries. It is a collision of opposites so violent it sparked a fire that would eventually consume them both. Why would the most beautiful man in Greece spend his days with the ugliest? And why would the most pious philosopher waste his time on a man whose ambition knew no gods? The answer lies in the seduction of the soul. Alcibiades is surrounded by sycophants, lovers who praise his body, politicians who want his money, crowds who want his favor. Socrates is the only one who looks at him and sees not a god, but a mess. Socrates ignores the golden shell and stares directly at the unformed, chaotic soul beneath. He refuses to flatter. He refuses to be seduced. In a world where everyone wants a piece of Alcibiades, Socrates is the only one who wants nothing from him, but everything for him. This indifference drives Alcibiades mad with a confusing mix of shame and adoration. We have a vivid account of this dynamic from Plato's Symposium. Close your eyes and step into the scene. It is late at night. The party at the house of the poet Agathon is winding down. The guests are reclining on couches, discussing the nature of love. Suddenly, there is a commotion at the courtyard door, the sound of a flute, the shouting of revelers. Alcibiades stumbles in, drunk, supported by a flute girl, wearing a thick garland of ivy and violets that keeps slipping over his eyes. He is the lord of misrule. But when he sees Socrates sitting there, the drunkenness seems to evaporate for a second. He does not mock the philosopher. He crowns him. He takes the ribbons from his own head and places them on Socrates, declaring him the true victor in the contest of words. Then, in a moment of raw, drunken honesty, Alcibiades confesses to the room. This man, he says, pointing to the old satyr, is the only person in the world who can make me feel shame. It is a chilling admission. He describes how Socrates' words pierce him like adder bites. He admits that when he listens to Socrates, he feels that his life of politics and power is a waste, a slavery to the mob. He promises to change. He weeps. But then he leaves the room, sees the adoration of the crowd, and forgets. He runs away from Socrates like a runaway slave, hiding from his master, because he cannot bear the judgment of those wise, bulging eyes. I often wish he were dead, Alcibiades whispers to the hushed room. But if he were, I think I would be more sorry than I am now. It is a relationship of profound, unconsummated eroticism, not of the body, but of the mind. Alcibiades tries to seduce Socrates physically, thinking that if he gives his body, he will receive Socrates' wisdom in exchange, a gold for bronze transaction. He invites the philosopher to wrestle, to dine, to sleep under the same cloak. Socrates remains immovable, as cold as a stone statue, treating the most desired youth in Athens as if he were a child. This rejection only deepens Alcibiades' obsession. It proves that Socrates possesses a strength, a sophrosin, self-control, that Alcibiades lacks. The general can conquer cities, but he cannot conquer himself. The philosopher owns nothing, but is master of everything. Historians still argue whether Socrates is to blame for what Alcibiades became. Did the questioning loosen the young man's morals? Did Socrates teach him that traditional rules didn't apply, unleashing a monster? Or was Socrates the only dam holding back the flood? The tragedy suggests the latter. As long as Alcibiades is near Socrates, he struggles to be good. When he drifts away, the disaster begins. And what a disaster it is. Alcibiades will go on to champion the catastrophic Sicilian expedition, a war of imperial overreach that bleeds Athens dry. When his political enemies in Athens charge him with sacrilege, mutilating the sacred Herm statues, he defects to Sparta. He gives the Spartans the advice that crushes Athens. He betrays his city, then betrays Sparta for Persia, then returns to Athens again. He is a genius of destruction, a man who treats geopolitical alliances like changes of clothes. But in the eyes of the public, the shadow of the student falls upon the teacher. When the Athenians look at the ruins of their empire, they do not just blame the traitor Alcibiades, they blame the man who sharpened his mind. Who taught him to question the laws? They whisper. Who taught him to despise the common man? Was it not the stonecutter? It is an unfair association. Socrates preached virtue, not treason. But guilt by association is a powerful poison. The corruption of the youth charge that will eventually appear on Socrates' indictment is not an abstract complaint. It has a face, and that face is the beautiful, treacherous visage of Alcibiades. There is a moment of quiet heartbreak in this narrative. We can imagine Socrates in his later years, watching from afar as his beloved project burns the world down. He does not write letters of condemnation. He does not disown him publicly. He likely feels the deep, hollow ache of a gardener who watered a plant with love, only to watch it grow poisonous thorns. He realizes that intelligence without character is the most dangerous force on earth. He failed. The method that could reveal truth could not transplant virtue. It is a lesson in the limits of philosophy. You can show a man the light, but you cannot force his eyes open. The sensory contrast of their lives remains haunting. Alcibiades lives in a world of roaring crowds, clashing bronze, and the taste of sweet, mixed wine. Socrates lives in the quiet of the argument, the dust of the wrestling school, and the taste of clear water. One is fire, the other is earth. For a brief shining moment in the history of Athens, they touched, and the potential for a philosopher king flickered in the air. But the fire was too wild, and the earth was too stubborn. As the years grind on and the war turns grim, Alcibiades fades into a darker legend, eventually dying in exile, shot by arrows in a burning house. But Socrates remains in Athens, carrying the weight of this friendship like a hidden scar. The city watches him with growing suspicion. They see him talking to other young men, Critias, Charmides, and they wonder, is he raising another wolf? The golden youth have become the tarnished generation, and the man who tried to polish their souls is beginning to look less like a teacher and more like a corrupter. The playful shadows of the agora are now stretching into the shape of prison bars. But before the final darkness falls, we must see the other side of the philosopher. We must strip away the robes of the debater and see the armor of the warrior. For Socrates was not just a mind, he was a soldier, and to understand his courage in the courtroom, we must see his courage in the snow. The golden light of the Athenian agora fades into memory, replaced by a blinding, stark whiteness. The air is no longer thick with the scent of olives and warm stone. It cuts the lungs like shattered glass. We have traveled north again, far from the lecture halls and the dinner parties, to the Chalcidice Peninsula. The year is 432 BCE, just before the full eruption of the Peloponnesian War. We are at the siege of Potidæa, a rebellious colony that Athens is desperate to bring back to heel. It is here in the brutal theater of war that we see a side of Socrates often lost in the marble busts of the philosopher. We tend to imagine him as an old man sitting and talking. But before he was the gadfly of Athens, he was a hoplite of the line. He stands now in the frozen mud, a heavy bronze shield, the aspis, strapped to his left arm, an 8-foot ash spear in his right hand. He is 40 years old, a man of middle age, yet he moves with a terrifying vitality that shames men half his age. The winter at Potidæa is legendary for its cruelty. The chroniclers tell us it is a monster of a winter. The ground is frozen iron hard. The wind howls off the Aegean, carrying sleet that encases the tents in ice. The other Athenian soldiers are miserable. They are wrapped in layers of thick wool, their feet swathed in felt and sheepskins, hobbling around the camp, trying to keep the blood flowing in their toes. And then there is Socrates. He walks through the camp wearing the same thin frayed cloak he wears in the Athenian summer. He has no boots. He walks barefoot on the ice. The soldiers watch him with a mixture of awe and hatred. To see a man suffer is one thing. To see a man ignore the suffering that is killing you is an insult. They glare at his tough, calloused feet, leaving prints in the frost, whispering that he is showing off, or perhaps that he is simply too mad to feel the cold. But it is not madness. It is karteria, endurance. It is the physical manifestation of his philosophy. The body is a servant, not a master. If the mind decides it is not cold, the body must obey. There is a moment in the chaos of battle that defines his character more than 1,000 syllogisms. The Athenian line clashes with the Potidæans. It is a mess of shoving shields, screaming men, and snapping spear shafts. In the confusion, a young, brilliant officer is cut off. It is Alcibiades, the golden youth, fighting desperately as the enemy closes in. He is wounded, his shield arm sagging. He is about to be slaughtered. Suddenly, a stocky, broad figure barrels through the melee. It is Socrates. He plants himself over the fallen aristocrat, like a lion protecting a cub. He does not shout. He simply fights. With mechanical efficiency, he deflects the blows, his spear darting out, holding the enemy at bay until the Athenian line can surge forward and rescue them both. It is a deed of supreme valor. By all rights, Socrates should receive the Aristeia, the prize of honor for the battle. But here is the twist that echoes through history. When the generals gather to award the prize, a wreath of olive and a suit of armor, Socrates refuses it. He insists, with stubborn politeness, that the prize be given to Alcibiades. He argues that the young man's courage needs encouraging, while he, an old stonecutter, needs no medals. It is a political act disguised as modesty. He knows Alcibiades craves the glory. Socrates only craves the right action. The generals, relieved to give the prize to a wealthy aristocrat rather than a weird philosopher, agree. Alcibiades takes the wreath, but he knows. He looks at the older man, seeing the bruise on his shoulder where the shield strap dug in, and he knows who really won the day. It is a debt he will never be able to repay, and perhaps a debt he will eventually resent. But the most surreal moment of the campaign happens not in the noise of battle, but in the silence of the camp. One morning, Socrates begins to think. He encounters a problem, a philosophical knot he cannot untie. He stops walking. He stands still. He stares at the ground, his mind diving deep into the abstract. Noon comes. The soldiers stop for lunch. They see Socrates still standing there, motionless as a tree stump. They joke about it. "Hey, Socrates, figure it out yet?" He does not answer. He does not blink. Evening comes. The sun sets, turning the snow to lavender. He has not moved. Now the soldiers are intrigued. They finish their dinners and come out to watch. Some of the Ionians, curious and bored, actually bring their sleeping mats out into the cold, wrapping themselves in rugs to lie on the ground and watch him. It becomes a vigil. The stars wheel overhead, the constellations of Orion and the Bear marching across the sky. The frost settles on his shoulders, dusting his hair white. He stands through the entire night, a living statue in a field of sleeping killers. Only when the sun rises the next morning does he move. He blinks, perhaps stretches a stiff muscle, offers a silent prayer to the sun god, and then simply walks away to start his day, as if he hadn't just performed a feat of concentration that would kill a lesser man. Historians still argue about what this state was. Was it catatonia, a seizure, a trance? Or was it simply the supreme power of a mind that could lock onto an idea so tightly that the world dissolved? To the soldiers, it is terrifying. They realize that this man is not just smart, he is formidable. He has a control over his own existence that makes their discipline look like child's play. He is a hoplite of the mind. This campaign at Potidaea is crucial because it grounds the intellectual in the physical. When Socrates later talks about courage in the dialogues, he is not talking about a concept he read in a scroll. He is talking about the smell of fierce sweat, the weight of the shield, the sound of a spear crunching into bone. When he talks about death, he talks as a man who has looked it in the eye and shrugged. The soft philosopher is a myth. The reality is a man of iron endurance. He returns to Athens, not as a conquering hero. He let Alcibiades play that role, but as a veteran who knows the cost of duty. He hangs up his shield, washes the mud from his feet, and goes right back to the agora to fight a harder war, the war against ignorance. But the city he returns to is changing. The war is not going well. The plague, the great pestilence, strikes Athens, killing a third of the population, including Pericles. The social fabric is fraying. The easy confidence of the Golden Age is replaced by a grim survivalist hysteria. The people are looking for answers, and they are looking for blame. Socrates, the man who stands in the snow and stares at the sun, is beginning to look less like a quirky local character and more like a symptom of the madness infecting the city. He has survived the enemy's spears, but he is walking back into a city of knives. The physical courage he showed at Potidaea will soon be needed in a different arena, where the enemy is not a soldier with a sword, but a jury with a ballot. The cold of the north was a test. The heat of the courtroom will be the final exam. And as he shuffles back into his routine, the question hangs in the air. Can a man who is too stubborn to freeze also be too stubborn to bend? The answer, as Athens will find out, is yes. Time moves forward, grinding the years of the war into dust, until we arrive at 406 BCE. The atmosphere in Athens has shifted from the determined grit of a besieged city to the frantic, bloodshot hysteria of a wounded animal. We find ourselves now not on a battlefield of snow, but in the heart of the political machine, the tholos, the round building in the agora, where the executive committee of the council, the praetorians, eats and sleeps. It is a place of bureaucracy, usually quiet, but today it is the eye of a hurricane, by a stroke of cosmic irony, or perhaps the mischief of the gods. The lot has fallen to the tribe of Antiochus to hold the presidency, and among them, the lot has fallen to the old stonecutter from Alopes. Socrates is serving his turn as a member of the Council of 500. And on this specific day, he is the epistates, the chairman of the assembly. For 24 hours, the philosopher who claims to know nothing is technically the head of state. He holds the keys to the treasury and the seal of the city. Fate has placed the most stubborn man in Athens in the one chair that can stop a crime. The context is tragic. The Athenian fleet has just won a stunning victory at Aganeusae, smashing the Spartan navy. But the victory came with a terrible cost. A sudden, violent storm blew in, preventing the generals from rescuing the survivors clinging to the wreckage. Thousands of Athenian sailors, fathers, sons, brothers, drowned in the cold waters of the Aegean. When the news reached Athens, the relief of victory was instantly drowned out by the howl of grief. The city went mad. The people did not want to hear about the storm. They wanted someone to blame. They turned on the victorious generals. 8 men who had just saved the city were summoned home to face trial. We move now to the Nyx, the hill of the assembly. It is a scene of terrifying power. Thousands of citizens are packed onto the rocky slope, screaming for blood. They are wearing mourning black, their heads shaved in grief. The air smells of rain and unwashed bodies, charged with the ozone of a coming storm. The orator Calixenus stands on the beamer, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. He proposes a single motion: to judge all 8 generals together in one vote and to sentence them all to death. It is efficient, it is popular, it is also illegal. Under Athenian law, every citizen has the right to a separate trial. To judge them en masse is to trample on the Constitution. But the mob does not care about the Constitution. They care about vengeance. Put it to a vote, they scream. The other members of the Prytanes, the committee sitting with Socrates, are terrified. They look at the sea of angry faces, the fists shaking in the air. They know that if they refuse, the mob might tear them apart too. One by one, the other councillors nod. They will allow the vote. They will bend. But Socrates sits there, immovable. He looks at the screaming crowd, and he sees not a democracy, but a tyrant with 10,000 heads. He speaks calmly, his voice cutting through the panic of his colleagues. I will not put the motion to a vote. The reaction is explosive. The crowd roars. Politicians rush the platform, shouting threats. They tell him he will be arrested. They tell him he will be thrown into the pit with the generals. Do you think you are above the people, Socrates? They scream. The people can do whatever they want. It is the ultimate test of his philosophy. He has spent his life questioning the definitions of justice in the safety of the marketplace. Now, he has to practice it in the face of death. He is not being contrarian for the sake of it. He is defending the rule of law against the rule of men. He knows that a democracy that ignores its own laws is no longer a democracy. It is a mob rule, a ochlocracy. Historians still debate the exact mechanics of this day. Did Socrates actually veto the proposal? Or did he simply refuse to be the one to read it out? Xenophon tells us he was the lone dissenter. Plato confirms it in the Apology, where Socrates says, I was the only one of the Prytanes who opposed doing anything contrary to the laws. The image is cinematic. One old man, wearing a wreath of office that sits crookedly on his bald head, staring down thousands of men who want to kill him. He is completely alone. His friends are likely in the crowd, terrified, urging him with hand signals to just give in. It's not worth it, Socrates. There are already dead men walking. But Socrates believes that to do injustice is worse than to suffer it. He believes that his soul is the only thing he truly owns, and he will not stain it with the blood of an illegal act, not even for a day, not even to save his life. He sits with his hands folded, his face set in that familiar stubborn mask. He waits. The shouting eventually turns into a confused murmuring. The momentum of the rage hits the wall of his refusal. For a few hours, the machinery of death is jammed by a single grain of sand. Eventually, the meeting is adjourned, or the presidency passes to a more pliable man. History is slightly blurry on the exact procedural end, But the result is known. The motion is eventually passed. The generals are condemned. 6 of them, including the son of Pericles, are forced to drink hemlock. The other 2 flee into exile. The mob gets its blood. But the victory of the anger is short-lived. The aftermath is swift and bitter. Almost immediately, the Athenians realize what they have done. The bloodlust fades, replaced by a crushing shame. They have executed their best commanders just before the final, critical phase of the war. They have cut off their own right hand. The assembly votes to charge the men who proposed the execution, Calixenus and his cronies, with deception. The accusers become the accused. The cycle of vengeance spins on. But Socrates is not part of the regret, because he was never part of the crime. He walks away from the Knicks that evening, stripping off the wreath of office. He returns to the anonymity of the citizen. He does not brag. He does not say, "I told you so." He simply goes back to his questions. But the city has seen something in him that frightens them deeply. They have seen that he is uncontrollable. He cannot be bought, bullied, or frightened. A man who will defy the entire assembly to protect a legal technicality is a man who puts his own conscience above the will of the state. To a modern mind, this makes him a hero of civil disobedience. To an ancient Athenian, terrified of disunity, it makes him a dangerous alien element. He is a piece of the machine that refuses to turn with the gears. This event, the trial of the generals, is the moment the political class realizes Socrates is not just a nuisance. He is an obstacle. He has embarrassed the democracy in its moment of passion. He has shown them their own ugliness. And while they are currently ashamed of killing the generals, that shame will curdle into resentment against the man who tried to stop them. It is easier to forgive someone who was wrong with you than someone who was right against you. As the war spirals toward its final, catastrophic conclusion, the memory of Socrates sitting in the chairman's seat, stone-faced and defiant, lingers in the minds of the powerful. They mark him down. Not as a traitor, perhaps, but as a man who does not belong. The clouds of the final defeat are gathering. The Spartan fleet is closing in on the Hellespont. The grain supply will be cut. The starvation will begin. And soon the democracy itself will fall, replaced by a tyranny so dark it will make the mob look like a picnic. And in that darkness, Socrates will face his next test, not from the many, but from the few. The tyranny of the 30 is coming, and they too will find that the stonecutter is harder than he looks. The walls of Athens are about to be torn down to the sound of Spartan flutes, but the wall around Socrates' soul remains unbreached. The Golden Age does not end with a whisper. It ends with music. It is the spring of 404 BCE, and the sound of Spartan flutes drifts over the ruined harbor of Piraeus. To the Athenians, it is the sound of the apocalypse. We watch from the high ground as the long walls, the massive stone limbs that connected the city to the sea, the very arteries of the empire, are dismantled. The Spartan soldiers and their allies tear them down stone by stone, cheering and dancing to the festive tunes of female pipe players. They believe they are liberating Greece from a tyrant city. The Athenians watch in stunned silence, starving, defeated, and humiliated. The war is over. The empire is dead. And in the vacuum left by the collapse of democracy, a darkness rushes in that is colder than the winter at Potidæa. The victors install a new government, a junta of 30 men, handpicked to rule with an iron fist. They are known as the 30 tyrants. Their mandate is to restore ancestral virtue, but their method is a bloodbath. Athens, once the loudest city on earth, becomes a place of terrifying quiet. The agora, where arguments used to ring out like bells, is now patrolled by scourge-bearers, thugs with whips, who clear the path for the oligarchs. Spies are everywhere. To speak of justice now is to risk a midnight knock at the door. The 30 begin a purge, executing their political enemies, and more cynically, wealthy citizens whose property they wish to confiscate. The cup of hemlock, once a rare method of state execution, becomes a daily drink. And at the head of this nightmare sits a man with a face made of marble and eyes of ice, Critias. He is an aristocrat, a poet, an intellectual. He is brilliant. And as every whisper in the street reminds us, he is a former student of Socrates. This is the shadow that will never lift. Critias was once part of that inner circle, one of those who sat at the philosopher's feet, learning the art of definition and the critique of the mob. He took the Socratic method and stripped it of its ethics, keeping only the elitism. He decided that if the majority is ignorant, then the few should rule by force. For Socrates, this is a personal horror. He sees his own arguments twisted into a justification for murder. He is like a man who taught a child how to use a knife to cut bread, only to watch him use it to cut throats. The terror comes for Socrates not in the form of an arrest, but in the form of a test. The 30 want to dirty his hands. They know that his reputation for integrity is annoying. It stands as a silent rebuke to their corruption. If they can force him to participate in their crimes, they will break his moral authority. They summon him to the tholos, the same round building where he once sat as chairman. But the air inside is different now. It smells of stale wine and fear. Critias and his henchmen are there. They give an order to 5 men, including Socrates. Go to Salamis, arrest Leon the general. Bring him here so we may execute him. Leon of Salamis is a wealthy, innocent man. Everyone knows this. His only crime is having money the 30 want to steal. The order is a trap. If Socrates refuses, he defies the government and dies. If he obeys, he becomes an accomplice and kills his own soul. The scene that follows is a masterpiece of passive resistance. The 5 men leave the tholos. They walk out into the blinding sunlight of the agora. 4 of them, scared, practical men, turn toward the port to take the boat to Salamis. They will arrest Leon. They will do their duty to the terror. Socrates stops. He adjusts his cloak. He does not make a speech. He does not shout tyranny for the spies to hear. He simply turns in the opposite direction. He walks home. It is a moment of breathtaking danger. He goes back to his small house, perhaps sits down to his meager dinner, and waits for the guards to come and kill him. He knows Critias. He knows the man has no mercy. In fact, Critias has already passed a law specifically targeting Socrates, forbidding the teaching of the art of words, a petty rule designed to silence his old teacher. By ignoring the order to arrest Leon, Socrates is essentially daring Critias to execute him. Historians still debate why the execution order never came. Did Critias hesitate to kill the man he once admired? Was there a lingering shred of respect in the heart of the monster? Or was it simply a matter of timing? The regime of the 30 was chaotic and short-lived. Perhaps the paperwork for Socrates' death was lost in the stack of death warrants. Or perhaps they simply underestimated him. thinking an old man walking home was of no consequence compared to the armed rebels gathering at the borders. Whatever the reason, Socrates survives. But the damage to his standing is complex. To the Democrats hiding in exile, Socrates looks suspicious. Why was he not killed? Why was he allowed to walk home when others were butchered? Why was his former student the leader of the junta? The fact that he refused to arrest Leon is a detail that might be lost in the fog of war. What remains is the optics. The teacher of the tyrant survived the tyranny. The months pass in a blur of violence. Eventually, the democratic resistance, led by Thrasybulus, storms back into the city. A vicious street battle erupts in the Piraeus. Critias is killed fighting, breathing his last in the dust of the port. The 30 are overthrown. The nightmare ends. Democracy is restored. The amnesty of 403 BCE is declared. A remarkable act of political healing where the citizens swear an oath to remember no past wrongs. It is a desperate attempt to glue the shattered city back together. But memory is not so easily legislated. The amnesty protects Socrates from being prosecuted for his association with Critias, legally speaking. But it cannot protect him from the whispers. The eyes that watch him now are not just skeptical, they are traumatized. The city has PTSD. Every time Socrates questions a traditional value, the people do not hear a philosophical inquiry. They hear the echo of Critias's arrogance. They see the ghost of the tyranny standing behind the philosopher's shoulder. Socrates, true to his nature, changes nothing. He does not keep his head down. He does not apologize. He goes right back to the agora, right back to the questions. What is justice? What is piety? But now, the questions sound like threats. The city is fragile, like a bone that has been broken and reset crookedly. It cannot handle the pressure. The stage is set for the final confrontation. The old accusers of the comedy have been joined by the new accusers of the tragedy. The stonecutter has survived the war, the plague, and the tyranny. He is 70 years old. He is a relic of a bygone age, and 3 men are about to decide that it is time for the relic to be removed. The parchment is being prepared, the charge is being drafted, and the first name on the list of accusers is a man who represents everything Socrates is not. The sun returns to Athens, but it shines on a city that feels different, older, sadder, and infinitely more fragile. It is 403 BCE, the year of the Restoration. The tyranny of the 30 has been washed away, not just by blood, but by a remarkable, desperate act of collective will. The Democrats have returned from exile, marching down from the mountains and up from the port, reclaiming their city. The Pnyx is once again filled with the roar of the assembly. The courts are opened. The agora is bustling. On the surface, it looks like the Golden Age has rebooted. But if you look closer, you can see the cracks in the marble. You can see the way neighbors avoid each other's eyes in the street. Everyone knows who collaborated. Everyone knows who informed. Everyone knows who stayed quiet when the screams came from the house next door. To prevent a civil war that would destroy what little was left of the city, the Athenians swore a solemn oath. Me Mnesikakain, not to remember past wrongs. It is the first recorded amnesty in Western history. It is a noble, beautiful lie. They agree to bury the hatchet, quite literally, and pretend that the nightmare of the last year never happened. Legal prosecution for crimes committed under the 30 is forbidden. You cannot sue the man who stole your house. You cannot drag the man who denounced your brother to court. You must swallow your bile for the sake of the state. The city is healing, but the wound has healed over an infection. Into this brittle, convalescent world walks Socrates. He is the most awkward man in Athens, while the men of Piraeus, the democratic heroes who fought the tyrants, are celebrating their victory. Socrates stands apart. He did not flee into exile with them. He did not take up arms against the oligarchs. He stayed in the city. He walked the streets while the terror reigned, protected by his strange neutrality. To the returning Democrats, this survival looks suspiciously like collaboration. They look at him and they do not see the man who defied the order to arrest Leon. They see the teacher of Critias. They see the man who spent decades mocking the common people, the very people who have just saved the city. He is a living reminder of the intellectual arrogance that nearly destroyed them. Yet, because of the amnesty, they cannot touch him. They cannot charge him with teaching tyrants. That would be remembering a past wrong. They are legally bound to leave him alone. Socrates, being Socrates, does not make this easy. A prudent man would have retired to the countryside, raised bees, and stayed silent for a few years. Socrates goes right back to the Stoa. He finds the new leaders of the democracy, men flush with the pride of liberation, and he asks them the same old stinging questions. You have restored the rule of the people, he might ask a newly elected magistrate, which is wonderful. But tell me, is the opinion of the many always right? If a doctor is outnumbered by 10 candy makers, should we vote on which diet is healthy? The magistrate's smile freezes. The analogy is familiar. It is the same anti-democratic logic he used before the war. The candy makers, the magistrate thinks, are the people who just bled for this city, old man. The tolerance for his method has evaporated. Before the war, his questions were seen as the eccentricities of a harmless intellectual. Now, they sound like sedition. They sound like he is undermining the fragile unity that is keeping the city alive. The gadfly is no longer stinging a lazy horse. He is stinging a horse that has been whipped, starved, and traumatized, and the horse is ready to kick. There is a scholarly debate about the silent period between the restoration of democracy and the trial in 399 BC. Why did they wait 3 years? Some historians argue that Anytus and the other leaders were genuinely trying to uphold the amnesty, hoping Socrates would just fade away or die of old age. He was 70, after all. But Socrates seemed to grow more vigorous, more vocal. He was challenging the very basis of the new regime. The democracy was built on the idea that the collective wisdom of the citizens was supreme. Socrates was preaching that truth was a specialized knowledge possessed by the few, in a city recovering from an oligarchy of the few. This was not just philosophy. It was fighting words. We can imagine the scene in the workshop of Anytus, a wealthy tanner and a hero of the Restoration. The smell of curing leather and harsh tannins fills the air, a sharp, stinging scent. Anytus is a practical man, a patriot who lost his fortune under the tyrants and fought hard to get it back. He represents the old guard of Athens, pious, traditional, industrious. He hates the sophists. He hates the intellectuals who tear things down but build nothing. And he has a personal grudge. Legend tells us his son was enchanted by Socrates, preferring philosophy to the tannery, and eventually fell into drunkenness and ruin. Anytus blames the seducer of his son's mind. He stands there, scraping a hide, listening to reports of Socrates' latest conversations in the agora. He is asking the youth if a lottery is a good way to choose a pilot for a ship, a friend reports. He says we choose our leaders by luck, not skill. Anytus throws down his scraping knife. The amnesty protects Socrates from the past, but it does not give him license to poison the future. If they cannot prosecute him for what he did teaching Critias, they must prosecute him for what he is doing, corrupting the youth now. They must invent a charge that bypasses the amnesty, but taps into the deep, unspoken reservoir of hatred against him. The legal maneuvering begins in the shadows. They cannot make it a political trial. That is forbidden. It must be a religious and moral trial. They must frame his questioning as an assault on the gods and the family. These are the two pillars of the state that no one can argue against. If Socrates attacks the gods, he endangers the city's luck. If he corrupts the youth, he destroys the city's future. It is a brilliant, cynical strategy. It allows the jury to punish him for the tyranny of the 30 without ever mentioning the tyranny of the 30. As the year 399 BC approaches, the atmosphere around Socrates changes. The friendly mockery of the past is gone. When he approaches a group of men, they stop talking. They turn their backs. The sensory world of the agora becomes colder to him. The invitations to dinner parties dry up. Even some of his friends, sensing the wind changing, beg him to stop. Just talk about the weather, Socrates, they might plead. Just pour a libation to Athena and say nothing. But he cannot. To stop questioning would be to admit that the unexamined life is worth living. It would be to betray the god at Delphi. He walks through the restored city, a ghost of the pre-war world, haunting the post-war reconstruction. He is the sand in the ear of the new order. The collision is inevitable. The state requires conformity to survive. The philosopher requires dissent to breathe. One of them must go. The decision is made not in a public shout, but in a quiet room where 3 men draft a document on a wax tablet. The amnesty has failed to silence him. Now, they will try the law. The indictment is ready, the accusers are ready, and the sun sets on the era of tolerance, casting a long, dark shadow over the man who simply wanted to know what piety really meant. We step now into a room where the air is heavy with the scent of oil lamps and serious intent. It is a private room, likely in the well-appointed home of Anytus, away from the prying eyes of the agora. Here, 3 men gather around a table. They are distinct in age, profession, and temperament, yet they are bound together by a single burning purpose. They are the architects of the indictment. They are the 3 accusers. To understand the trial, we must understand the men who built the cage. They are not cartoon villains twirling mustaches. They are men who genuinely believe they are saving their city. They represent the 3 classes of citizens Socrates spent his life questioning: the poets, the craftsmen, politicians, and the orators. It is a perfect, tragic symmetry. The city is striking back, using the very limbs Socrates tried to heal. The first man, pacing nervously near the window, is Meletus. He is young, perhaps too young for the gravity of this task. Plato describes him with unsparing detail. He has long, straight hair, a beard that struggles to grow, and a hooked nose that gives him the look of a predatory bird. He is a poet, though not a very successful one. His verses are forgotten, but his piety is loud. Meletus is the front man of the prosecution. In Athenian law, someone has to physically stand up and deliver the charge, risking a heavy fine if he fails to get enough votes. Meletus is the one taking the risk. He is driven by a fanatical religious zeal. To him, Socrates is not just annoying, he is a spiritual pollution. He believes Socrates' inner voice, the daimonion, is a new foreign god that threatens the sanctity of Athens. Meletus vibrates with the righteous indignation of the mediocre. He hates Socrates because Socrates demands that poetry be true, whereas Meletus only knows how to make it rhyme. Sitting at the head of the table, solid as a block of granite, is Anytus. If Meletus is the voice, Anytus is the muscle. He is the tanner we met before, the wealthy politician, the hero of the resistance against the 30. He does not pace. He sits with the heavy stillness of a man who has killed enemies in battle and is prepared to do so again. Anytus is the driving force behind the trial. He is not motivated by theology, but by order. He sees Socrates as a termite in the wooden foundation of the democracy. He remembers his son, the boy who drifted away from the family business to listen to the philosopher, and he feels the cold anger of a father who has lost his child to a cult. Anytus is the most dangerous of the three because he is respected. When the jury looks at him, they see a patriot. If Anytus says Socrates is dangerous, the average citizen listens. He lends the prosecution the weight of the establishment. The third man, leaning against the wall with practiced elegance, is Lycon. He is the orator, the rhetorician. He represents the speakers, the men who make their living in the law courts. We know the least about him, which perhaps fits his nature as a man of shadows and words. He is likely there because Socrates has spent decades proving that rhetoric is a knack, like cooking or makeup, rather than a science of justice. Lycon has been humiliated in public debates, his beautiful speeches dismantled by Socrates' relentless logic. He brings the technical skill to the group. He knows how to phrase the charge so it sticks. He knows how to manipulate the emotions of a crowd. He is the technician of the execution. Together, they form a triangle of resentment. They begin to draft the document. It must be precise. It must be deadly. They cannot accuse him of political crimes. The amnesty forbids it. So they weave a net of moral and religious failings. We can hear the scratch of the stylus on the wax tablet as they refine the wording. Meletus insists on the charge of atheism, or at least believing in strange gods. Anytus insists on the charge of corrupting the youth. They blend them together. The text they produce is a masterpiece of vague menace. Socrates is guilty of refusing to recognize the gods recognized by the state and of introducing other new divinities. He is also guilty of corrupting the youth. The penalty demanded is death. Historians have often wondered why Anytus, a pragmatist, would aim for the death penalty. Many believe he didn't actually want Socrates to die. The common practice in Athens was for the accused to flee the city before the trial. If Socrates saw the charge, he would surely pack his bags and go to Megara or Thebes. That would be a victory. The pest would be gone, the city would be safe, and no blood would be spilled. They are counting on Socrates' fear. They are counting on him acting like a normal man who wants to save his skin. They do not realize they are dealing with a man who considers exile a fate worse than death. They are setting a trap for a fox, not realizing they are hunting a lion who will refuse to run. The atmosphere in the room is thick with the friction of their differing motives. Meletus wants a holy war. Anytus wants a quiet purge. Lycon wants a legal victory. But the document binds them. They finish the draft. The wax is smoothed. The words are set. They look at each other, perhaps sharing a cup of wine to seal the pact. There is a sense of grim satisfaction. They have captured the lightning in a bottle. They have found a way to silence the voice that has been keeping Athens awake for 40 years. We might imagine the sensory details of the moment the meeting breaks up. The heavy wooden door opens, letting in the cool night air of the city. The noise of the distant harbor is a low hum. The stars are out, the same stars Socrates claims to study. Meletus walks out clutching the tablet like a weapon. He will take it to the archon, the magistrate in charge of religious law. He is trembling with adrenaline. Anytus watches him go, his face unreadable in the lamplight. He has set the machine in motion. He believes he is doing the necessary, ugly work of a statesman. He washes his hands, scrubbing them with the rough soap of the tannery, trying to clean away the stain of what he has just done. But some stains go deeper than the skin. The conspiracy is not a secret meeting of hooded figures. It is a bureaucratic procedure carried out by upstanding citizens. That is the horror of it. It is the banality of the evil. They are using the law to kill the law's greatest defender. The scroll is rolled, the wax is hard. The sword hangs over the head of the philosopher, held by a single horsehair of legalism. The next morning, the sun will rise on a city that has officially declared war on its own conscience. The accusers step forward into the light, and the machinery of justice begins to grind, slow, heavy, and blind. The morning sun strikes the royal stoa, the Stoa Basileos, located at the northwest corner of the agora. It is a small but significant building, the office of the King Archon, the magistrate responsible for religious affairs and homicide. It is here that the sacred and the legal intersect. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of burning cedar from a nearby altar, a smell that signifies purification. But today, the business at hand is far from pure. We watch as a young man with long stringy hair and a nervous energy approaches the portico. It is Meletus. He carries the wax tablet, the fruit of the previous night's conspiracy. He walks past the ancient stone laws of Solon, the very foundation of Athenian justice, to deliver a document that will stain that justice forever. He presents the charge to the clerk. The scribe takes it, perhaps raising an eyebrow at the name of the accused, and begins to transcribe the official notice onto a leucoma, a whitened wooden board used for public announcements. The sound of the stylus scratching into the gypsum surface is faint, but it echoes with the weight of history. The letters form, sharp and black, against the white background. Socrates, of the Dem Alopex, guilty of refusing to recognize the gods, guilty of corrupting the youth. Penalty, death. The board is hung up outside the stoa, joining other notices of lawsuits and decrees. It hangs there, swinging slightly in the gentle breeze, a mundane object that spells the end of an era. The reaction of the city is not immediate. It ripples outward like a slow wave. First, a few idlers stop to read it. They squint at the text. Then they whisper, "Socrates, the old talker. Death." They beckon others over. "Look at this. Anytus is behind it." The name of the powerful politician lends the board a sudden gravity. This is not a prank. The whispers turn into a hum that travels down the Panathenaic way, into the potter's quarter, into the gymnasiums, and up to the noble houses on the hill. The news moves faster than a runner. By noon, all of Athens knows the state is coming for the gadfly. Into this atmosphere of brewing scandal shuffles the man himself. Socrates arrives at the royal stoa, not to beg for mercy, but simply to answer the summons. And here, on the steps of the courthouse, history provides us with one of those coincidences that feels too perfect to be true. As Socrates waits to see the magistrate, he runs into an acquaintance, a priest named Euthyphro. The contrast between the two men is striking. Socrates is there because he is being charged with impiety, being unholy. Euthyphro is there because he is prosecuting someone for impiety. And who is he prosecuting? His own father. Euthyphro believes his father is guilty of murder through neglect of a slave, and he believes that true holiness demands he punish the guilty, even if it violates the bond of blood. Euthyphro is the embodiment of dogmatic certainty. He knows exactly what the gods want. He is so sure of his righteousness that he is willing to destroy his own family to prove it. Socrates, facing his own death, does not panic. He does not ask Euthyphro for legal advice or money. Instead, his eyes light up. He sees a golden opportunity. "My dear Euthyphro," he exclaims, his voice thick with that famous irony, "you are prosecuting your father. You must be very wise in the matters of the gods to do such a thing. I am being accused of not knowing the gods. So please, teach me. Tell me, what is piety? If I learn from you, I can go into court and tell Miletus that I am now a student of the great Euthyphro, and he should drop the charges." It is the Socratic method's final, brilliant curtain call before the trial. On the steps of the building, where he will be condemned for asking questions, he asks one more question. Is the bias loved by the gods because it is bias, or is it bias because it is loved by the gods? It is a devastating logical loop. If the gods love it because it is good, then good exists above the gods, and they are just its servants. If it is good because they love it, then morality is arbitrary. If the gods loved murder, murder would be good. Euthyphro blinks, he stammers, he gets confused, he tries to leave. Another time, "Socrates, I am in a hurry," he says, fleeing the conversation. The scene is tragicomically beautiful. Euthyphro, the man who claims to know everything about the gods, cannot define piety. Socrates, the man who claims to know nothing, is the one actually treating the subject with the seriousness it deserves. The expert runs away, leaving the criminal alone on the steps. Socrates watches him go, perhaps with a sad smile. He has proven his point yet again. Those who are most eager to punish often understand the least about justice. He enters the stoa to face the king Archon. The preliminary hearing, or anachrysis, is short. The magistrate asks if Socrates admits to the charges. Socrates replies with his usual calm. He denies the guilt, but he acknowledges the procedure. A date is set. The trial will be held in a few weeks. The legal machine has clicked into gear. There is no going back now. As Socrates walks away from the royal stoa, the city feels different around him. People he has known for years cross the street to avoid him. The contamination has begun. In the eyes of the superstitious, he is now miasma, pollution. To be seen with him is to risk bad luck. The shopkeepers look down at their wares. The politicians look up at the sky. Only his closest friends, Cherifon, Crito, Plato, gather around him, their faces pale with worry. They urge him to prepare a defense speech. They offer to hire a speechwriter, a logographos, to write a tear-jerking plea for mercy. This was standard practice. A good speechwriter would talk about Socrates' old age, his poverty, his crying children. It would flatter the jury. It would work. Socrates refuses. "I have been preparing my defense my whole life," he says gently, "by living a just life." He tells them that his daimonion, his divine sign, has not stopped him from going to court. It has remained silent. This silence is profound. Usually, the voice warns him against danger. If it is silent now, it means that what is happening is not bad. It means that this trial, and perhaps even the death that awaits, is part of a destiny he must embrace. The days leading up to the trial are a strange twilight. The city goes about its business, baking bread, selling wine, arguing politics, while the most famous man in Athens prepares to die. Historians still argue about the size of the jury pool. We know that on the day of the trial, 500 or possibly 501 citizens will be selected by lot to judge him. This is not a panel of 12 peers. It is a crowd. It is a cross-section of the city: farmers, veterans, potters, merchants. They are the very people Socrates has spent his life annoying. The jury is the victim. The sensory details of these waiting days are heavy with foreboding. The wind blowing through the agora feels colder. The shadows of the statues seem longer. The chatter of the birds sounds like gossip. Socrates continues to visit the gymnasium, stripping down to watch the wrestling, his body old and scarred, but still vigorous. He talks to the young men, but the conversations have a new intensity. He is saying goodbye, not with tears, but with ideas. He is trying to leave them with enough truth to last a lifetime. The sun sets on the final day before the trial. The notice board outside the royal stoa is still there, the white paint glowing in the moonlight. Penalty, death. The words are static, unmoving. But inside the houses of Athens, the minds are turning. The jurors are polishing their tokens. The accusers are rehearsing their speeches. And in a small house in Alapes, the stonecutter sleeps soundly, untroubled by dreams, resting for the greatest performance of his life. The stage is set. The tragedy of the intellect is about to begin. The day of the trial dawns with a pale, washed-out light, the kind that promises heat but offers no warmth. The city of Athens wakes up not to the sound of roosters, but to the shuffle of sandals, thousands of them. It is a sound like dry leaves being dragged across stone. These are the dicasts, the potential jurors, making their way to the agora. They are mostly old men, veterans of the long war, men whose faces are mapped with the wrinkles of hardship. They walk with the aid of olive wood staffs, their cloaks patched and faded. They are coming to do their civic duty, yes, but they are also coming for the 3 obols, the daily wage paid to jurors. In a city shattered by economic ruin, 3 obols is enough to buy bread and olives for a day. It is a grim reality that the life of the greatest philosopher in history lies in the hands of men who are judging him partly to pay for their lunch. We follow them to the allotment machines, the cleritarians. These are great slabs of stone standing in the agora, carved with rows of deep slots. It is a marvel of Athenian engineering, a device designed to eliminate corruption through pure chaos. The men insert their bronze identification tickets into the slots. A tube pours out black and white balls. If a white ball comes out, you serve. If a black ball comes out, you go home. It is entirely random. The gods of chance are choosing the judges. There is a terrifying indifference to the process. The machine does not care if you are wise or foolish, prejudiced or fair. It only cares that you are a citizen and that you are present. Click, clack, click. The balls fall. The jury is formed. 500 men, or perhaps 501, to prevent a tie, are selected. They are herded into the court area, likely the Heliaia, a vast open-air enclosure surrounded by a low wooden fence. There is no roof. The trial will happen under the open gaze of the sun and the gods. The jurors squeeze onto wooden benches, a sea of bodies pressing together. The air grows thick and humid, smelling of garlic, stale wine, and the sweat of 500 men sitting in close quarters. It is not a solemn, hushed cathedral of law. It is a carnival of noise. Jurors shout to one another, passing gossip, complaining about their arthritis, cracking nuts, and spitting the shells on the ground. Vendors wander near the fence, selling water and snacks. It feels less like a Supreme Court and more like a wrestling match. This is the audience Socrates must win over. He is not facing a panel of legal scholars. He is facing the id, the ego, and the stomach of Athens. Socrates enters the enclosure. He is flanked by his friends, who look sick with anxiety. Plato is there, pale and silent. Crito is wringing his hands, but Socrates looks exactly as he always does. He wears the same old cloak. He walks with the same rolling, pelican-like gait. He looks at the 500 men, not with fear, but with the curiosity of a naturalist observing a swarm of bees. He takes his seat on the defendant's bench, the bema. Opposite him, on the prosecutor's bench, sit Miletus, Anytus, and Lycon. They look tense. They know that this crowd is volatile. If the jury gets bored, they will shout. If they get angry, they will hiss. The prosecutors must keep the beast fed with red meat. The proceedings begin with a ritual sacrifice, the smoke drifting up into the blue square of the sky. Then the water clock, the clepsydra, is filled. It is 2 clay vessels, one positioned above the other. Water drips from the top to the bottom through a small hole. It measures the time allowed for speeches. When the water runs out, the silence is mandatory. Time here is liquid, finite, and slipping away drop by drop. The clerk calls the case. The indictment of Socrates, son of Sophroniscus, of Alopace. Miletus stands up first. He is the opening act. He speaks with a high, reedy voice, consulting his notes frequently. He paints a picture of a monster. He tells the jury that Socrates is a natural philosopher who investigates things in the sky and below the earth, code for atheism. He claims Socrates teaches children to disrespect their parents. He recycles the old jokes from Aristophanes as if they were sworn affidavits. He says the sun is a stone and the moon is earth, Miletus cries, confusing Socrates with the physicist Anaxagoras. Socrates likely smiles at this, perhaps shaking his head slightly. The jury grumbles. They don't like atheists. Atheists bring plagues. Then Anytus stands. The mood shifts. The grumbling stops. Anytus speaks with the heavy, blunt authority of a statesman. He does not talk about the moon. He talks about the city. He reminds them of the tyranny. He reminds them of the so-called students, of Socrates who tore down the democracy. He does not name Critias. He legally cannot. But he draws the silhouette of the tyrant so clearly that every man on the bench sees it. If you let this man go, Anytus warns, his voice dropping to a gravelly register, your sons will be next. He is a corruption in the blood of the city. You must cut him out. It is a powerful, terrifying performance. It taps into the deep, unresolved trauma of the war. The jurors nod. They look at Socrates with cold, hard eyes. They are remembering the starvation, the whips of the 30, the humiliation. Lycan finishes the attack with a polished, emotional appeal, weaving the threads of religion and politics into a noose. The prosecutors sit down. The crowd buzzes. The water clock is refilled. The attendant checks the flow. The clay vessels are reset. It is the defendant's turn. The atmosphere is electric with hostility. A normal man would now stand up weeping. He would bring in his wife and small children. Socrates has 3 sons, one of them a young child, to cry and beg for mercy. This is the expected theater of an Athenian trial. The jury wants to see the mighty humbled. They want the satisfaction of granting pity. They wait for the tears. But Socrates does not weep. He stands up slowly, easing his old joints. He looks at the crowd, meeting their eyes row by row. He waits for the noise to die down. He does not adopt the posture of a beggar. He adopts the posture of a teacher. He opens his mouth, and the first words he speaks are not a plea, but a correction. I do not know, men of Athens, how you were affected by my accusers. He begins, his voice calm, conversational, and shockingly casual. But for my part, I almost forgot who I was. So persuasively did they speak. And yet, there is hardly a word of truth in what they said. A gasp runs through the benches. He is not apologizing. He is critiquing their rhetoric. He is telling the jury that they have been conned. It is a breathtaking gamble. He is going to defend his life by doing the very thing he is on trial for, exposing ignorance. The water clock begins its steady drip, drip, drip. The last sand of the golden age is running out. Socrates stands alone in the center of the wooden pen, armed only with the truth, facing a 5-headed hydra of prejudice, fear, history, lies, and hunger. The defense begins, and it will be unlike anything Athens has ever heard. Socrates stands before the 500, a solitary figure in a frayed cloak against a backdrop of hostile noise. He does not raise his voice to shout over the murmurs. Instead, he pitches it to a tone of intimate conversation, as if he were speaking to a single friend in the corner of a wrestling school rather than a mob in a courtroom. He begins by dismantling the expectations of the trial itself. He refuses to use the flowery, manipulative language of the law courts. I'm 70 years old, he tells them, and this is the first time I have ever appeared in a court of law, so I'm a stranger to the language here. Treat me as you would a foreigner. Forgive me if I speak in my native tongue, the dialect of the truth. It is a disarming opening, but also a dangerous one. He is subtly telling the jury that the language of the court is a language of lies, and that truth is a foreigner in this place. He divides his accusers into 2 groups, the men sitting opposite him, Meletus, Anytus, and Lycan, and the old accusers, the shadows of rumor and comedy that have whispered against him for decades. I fear the shadows more, he admits, for they spoke to you when you were children, telling you of a man named Socrates who walked on air and disbelieved in gods. Those lies have hardened into your minds, like clay in the sun. He then does something extraordinary. He calls Meletus to the stand. In the middle of his own defense speech, he initiates a cross-examination, a mini-dialogue right there in the Heliaia. Meletus, taken aback, stands up, likely pushed forward by Anytus. Socrates fixes him with that famous bug-eyed stare. "Tell me, Meletus," he asks, "is it your claim that I corrupt the youth?" "It is," Meletus squeaks, trying to sound authoritative. "And who improves them?" Socrates asks. "The laws," Meletus answers. "But I mean, which people improve them?" Meletus looks at the jury. "These men here, the jurors." "All of them?" Socrates asks, feigning amazement. "Yes, all of them." "And the audience? And the council?" "Yes, all of them." Meletus is gaining confidence, thinking he is winning by flattering the crowd. Socrates pauses, letting the trap set. "So," he says gently, "it seems that every single person in Athens improves the youth except for me. I am the sole corrupter in the entire city." The jury shifts uncomfortably. The absurdity is obvious. "That is very lucky for the youth," Socrates continues, "but it is not how horses work. With horses, one expert improves them, and the majority ruin them. Are humans less complex than horses?" Meletus stays silent. The logic is a steel trap. Socrates presses on. "And tell me, do I corrupt them on purpose or by accident?" "On purpose," Meletus shouts, falling into the second trap. "But," Socrates reasons, "if I make my neighbors bad, they will harm me. No one wants to be harmed, so either I do not corrupt them, or I do it unintentionally. In either case, the law says you should teach me, not punish me. But you never tried to teach me. You dragged me here." Meletus sits down, flushed and defeated. In 5 minutes, Socrates has revealed the prosecution to be intellectually bankrupt. But Socrates knows that logic alone will not save him. He shifts gears. He begins to tell the story of the Oracle of Delphi. He explains his mission not as an annoyance, but as a divine service. He tells them that his poverty is the proof of his sincerity. "I have neglected my own affairs," he says. "I have seen my children go hungry. I have ignored comfort, all so I could come to you, like a father or an older brother, and urge you to care for virtue." This is the turning point of the speech. He is redefining the trial. It is not the state judging a criminal. It is the patient judging the doctor. He tells them that God has attached him to the city for a reason, and then he utters the words that will ring down through the centuries, the manifesto of the philosophical life. He looks at the rows of tired, angry faces and says, "Men of Athens, I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you. And while I have life and strength, I shall never cease from the practice and teaching of philosophy." He imagines them offering him a deal. "Socrates, we will let you go, on the condition that you stop asking questions." It is the plea bargain everyone expects him to take. It is the easy way out. But he rejects it before they can even offer it. "If you say this to me, I will say, I will not stop. I will continue to go up to every one of you and ask, 'My friend, you are a citizen of the great, mighty, and wise city of Athens. Are you not ashamed of heaping up the greatest amount of money and honor and reputation, and caring so little about wisdom and truth and the greatest improvement of the soul?' The atmosphere in the court changes from hostility to shock. He is effectively threatening them with more of the same. He is telling them that if they acquit him, he will go right back to the agora and annoy them again tomorrow. He is explaining that his questioning is an act of love. He is trying to save their souls from the lethargy of unexamined habit. He stands there, 70 years old, facing death, and tells them that they are the ones in danger, not him. "For if you kill me," he warns, "you will not easily find another like me." He is staking his life on the belief that a life without inquiry is a kind of death already. He is offering them a choice: kill the messenger and sleep, or listen to the messenger and wake up. The water in the clepsydra is running low. The bottom vessel is filling up. The time for logic is ending. The time for emotion is coming. But Socrates has one more metaphor to give them, one image that will define him forever. He is about to describe the relationship between the philosopher and the state in a way that is both hilarious and biting. He prepares to tell them about the horse and the fly. The tension in the air is brittle, ready to snap. The first defense is over. The challenge has been thrown. The silence that follows his declaration that he will obey God rather than the men of Athens is a physical weight in the enclosure. It is the silence of a collective breath held, a moment where the sheer audacity of the man paralyzes the crowd. But Socrates is not finished. He senses that they see him as a nuisance, a troublemaker who disturbs the peace. He knows they want to crush him simply to make the annoyance stop. And so, with a twinkle in his eye that belies the gravity of the moment, he offers them an image so vivid, so humble, and so perfectly accurate that it will become the defining metaphor of political dissent for all of human history. "If you kill me," he says, leaning forward on the wooden railing of the bema, "you will not easily find another like me. For I was attached to this city by the god, though it seems a ridiculous thing to say, as upon a great and noble horse, which was somewhat sluggish because of its size, and needed to be stirred up by a kind of gadfly." The image ripples through the crowd. A few men chuckle despite themselves. The comparison of the glorious Athenian empire to a lazy horse is funny, but it is also biting. He is calling them fat. He is calling them slow. He is acknowledging that Athens is powerful, a great and noble steed, but he is pointing out that power without awareness is just heavy meat. And he, Socrates, is the fly. The Greek word he uses is oistros, which refers to the horsefly or botfly, a persistent biting insect that drives livestock mad. It is not a flattering self-portrait. He does not call himself a lion or an eagle or a doctor. He calls himself a pest. It is to fulfill this function, he continues, that the god has set me upon the city. I never cease to settle here, there, and everywhere, rousing, persuading, reproving every one of you. We can imagine the sensory reality of this metaphor hitting home. Every man in that jury box knows the feeling of a fly they cannot swat. The buzzing in the ear, the sudden sharp bite that jerks you awake just as you are drifting off in the heat of the afternoon. Socrates is telling them that the irritation they feel, the anger that has brought them to this court, is actually the sensation of waking up. You will not be happy, he admits with a terrifying honesty. You will be like people who are awakened from a nap. You will be annoyed. You will slap at me, and you will kill me, perhaps, as Anytus advises. And then he pauses, his voice dropping to a whisper that carries across the silence. You will spend the rest of your lives sleeping, unless the god, in his care for you, sends you another. It is a profound warning. He is telling them that the comfort of their certainty is a kind of sleep, a coma of the soul. To kill him is to hit the snooze button on their own conscience. He is not fighting for his life, he is fighting for their wakefulness. He warns them that if they swat the fly, the horse will eventually stumble and fall, blind and heavy in its slumber. But he moves now from the metaphor of the fly to the reality of the courtroom. The water in the clepsydra is running low. The audience expects the finale. In a standard Athenian trial, this is the moment for the oiktos, the appeal to pity. The defendant is expected to weep. He is expected to drag his elderly mother or his crying children onto the stage to tug at the heartstrings of the jurors. It is a ritual of humiliation that satisfies the mob's need for dominance. Socrates looks at the gate where his family would be waiting. He has 3 sons, Lamprocles, who is a teenager, and the younger ones, Sophroniscus and Menexenus, who are small children. He loves them, but the gate remains closed. No weeping wife appears. No terrified children are dragged out to cling to his tunic. The bench beside him is empty. Perhaps Socrates addresses the confusion in the crowd. Some of you are offended. You remember your own trials, where you begged and cried and brought your children forward to save your skins. You see that I do none of these things, even though the danger I face is the ultimate one. You might think I am arrogant, or that I despise you. He shakes his head gently. It is not out of arrogance, men of Athens, nor lack of respect, but I think it would be shameful for me and for you and for the whole city to do these things. He explains that he has a reputation, whether true or false, of being a man of wisdom. To act like a coward now, to dissolve into a puddle of tears, would be to make wisdom look pathetic. I have seen men of reputation behave in the strangest way when they were on trial, he notes with a touch of disdain, as if they thought dying was a terrible thing, and that if you spared them, they would be immortal. He is shaming them for their love of drama. He is telling them that a court of justice should be a place of reason, not a theater of weeping. It is not right to implore the judge or to get acquitted by begging, he says sternly. We must inform and convince him, for the judge has sworn not to dispense justice as a favor to those he likes, but to judge according to the laws. This is the core of his impiety defense, flipped on its head. He argues that if he were to beg them to break their oaths sworn by the gods, to judge fairly, he would be teaching them to ignore the gods. If I convinced you by prayer and forced you to break your oath, I would clearly be teaching you not to believe in the gods, and I would be accusing myself of impiety. It is a brilliant, blinding paradox. By refusing to beg, he is proving his piety. By refusing to act like a normal defendant, he is honoring the sanctity of the court more than the jurors themselves do. He ends his speech not with a whimper, but with a statement of supreme surrender, not to them, but to the truth. I leave it to you and to the God to judge me in the way that will be best for me and for you. The attendant signals. The water clock is empty. The last drop has fallen. Socrates steps back from the rail and sits down on the hard wooden bench. He wraps his cloak around him and waits. The sudden silence is deafening. The noise of the city outside, the carts, the merchants, the wind, seems to rush back into the vacuum left by his voice. The 500 men of the jury sit frozen for a moment. They have been insulted, instructed, amused, and shamed. They came expecting a groveling apology. They got a lecture on the nature of duty. They feel the sting of the gadfly still burning on their skin. Now comes the noise. The herald steps forward and calls for the vote. Let the pebbles be cast. The jurors stand up, their joints creaking. They shuffle towards the voting urns. There are 2 urns for each juror, one made of bronze, the other of wood. Each man holds a small token, a pebble or a bronze disc. They must drop their token into the urn. It is a secret ballot. To vote for acquittal, they drop the pebble in one. To condemn, in the other. The sound of the voting is a rhythmic clattering, clack, 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 like hail falling on a tin roof. It is the sound of democracy making up its mind. Socrates watches them. He sees the angry faces of the men Anytus whipped into a frenzy. He sees the confused faces of those who laughed at the horse metaphor, but felt the insult of the sleeping comment. He sees the thoughtful faces of the few who understood. He knows the numbers are tight. He knows that he has not played the game. He has bet everything on the idea that these men want to be better than they are. The last pebble drops. The urns are sealed. The clerks carry them to the counting table. They pour the tokens out onto the wooden surface, a cascade of bronze judgment. The counting begins. The court holds its breath. The only sound is the murmur of the tellers. Guilty. Guilty. Not guilty. Guilty. Socrates looks up at the sky. The sun has moved across the zenith. The shadows have shifted. The world has not changed, but his place in it is being measured by a pile of stones. He is calm. He has done what the god asked. He has stung the horse. Now he waits to see if the horse will wake up, or if it will kick. The tellers finish. They tally the numbers on a wax tablet. The herald takes the tablet. He clears his throat. The crowd leans forward, 500 bodies pressing against the fence, hungry for the result. The verdict is in. The herald holds the wax tablet, the ink of the numbers still wet. But before the silence breaks with the final count, we must pause. We must step inside the mind of the man sitting on the wooden bench, wrapped in his rough cloak, watching the sun traverse the sky. Any other man in this position, waiting to hear if he will live or die, would be consumed by terror. His heart would be hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. But Socrates is perfectly, terrifyingly calm. His pulse is steady. His breathing is deep. To the jurors watching him, this composure looks like arrogance, or perhaps madness. But it is neither. It is obedience. To understand why Socrates does not fear the verdict, we must understand the secret he shared with them just moments before the voting began, the mystery that lies at the very heart of the indictment. Meletus had accused him of introducing new gods to the city. It was a charge designed to trigger the superstitious fears of the jury, suggesting that Socrates was bringing in foreign demons or inventing a private cult. But Socrates, in his defense, did not deny the spiritual voice. He embraced it. He gave it a name, the daimonion. You have heard me speak of this many times and in many places, he had told them, his voice lowering to a register of intimate confession. It is a divine or spiritual sign which comes to me. I have had it since I was a child. The jury had shifted uneasily. In a world of public sacrifices and shared rituals, a private god was a dangerous concept. It smacked of elitism. Who was this stonecutter to claim a direct line to the divine? But Socrates explained the nature of this voice with clinical precision. It was not a voice of command. It did not tell him to lead armies or write laws or seek power. It was not the voice of ambition. It is a voice which, he explained, whenever it speaks, turns me away from something I am about to do, but never positively urges me on. It was a divine inhibition, a cosmic no. For 70 years, this inner signal, a sudden, distinct check in his consciousness, had navigated him through the minefield of Athenian life. When he thought about entering politics as a young man, The voice said, "No," and he obeyed. "And I think it was quite right to prevent me," he added with a wry smile. "For if I had engaged in politics, I should have perished long ago and done no good to you or to myself." This revelation was crucial. He was telling them that his eccentric life, his poverty, his wandering, his refusal to hold office, was not laziness. It was a divine calling. He was a soldier obeying a stand-down order from a god. The daimonian was the guardian of his integrity, preventing him from compromising his soul in the dirty machinery of state power. But there was a deeper, more immediate implication for the trial. The daimonian was also a warning system for danger. If Socrates was about to make a mistake, or say something wrong, or walk into a trap, the sign would stop him. It had stopped him midway through sentences before. It had stopped him from walking down certain streets. It was his canary in the coal mine. And here, in the shadow of the death sentence, Socrates revealed the most shocking fact of all. "This morning," he said, looking at the ranks of his accusers, "when I left my house, the sign did not oppose me. When I came up to this court, it was silent, and throughout my speech, even when I spoke with such risk, it did not stop me." The logic was simple and devastating. If the sign warns him against bad things, and the sign has been silent today, then what is happening to him? This trial, this potential death, cannot be bad. "I regard this as a proof," he declared, "that what has happened to me is a good, and that those of us who think that death is an evil are in error." The silence of the daimonian was the loudest sound in his universe. It was the assurance that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. While his friends wept and the jury raged, Socrates was resting in the quiet approval of his god. He was not afraid of death because his divine compass had not indicated that death was a hazard. It was a radical reconfiguration of fear. He demonstrated that fear is a product of ignorance. We fear death because we think we know it is bad. But Socrates, guided by the silence of his sign, trusted that it might be the greatest blessing. To the jurors, this sounded like lunacy. A man trusting a voice in his head over the verdict of 500 citizens. A man claiming that his private sign was a better judge of reality than the laws of Athens. It infuriated them. It confirmed Anytus's warning that Socrates thought he was superior to the state. They whispered to one another, touching their amulets to ward off the evil eye. "He thinks he is a prophet," one might have muttered. "He mocks us with his spirits." But for us, looking back, the daimonian reveals the profound loneliness of his position. Socrates was a man who lived by an internal law in a city obsessed with external conformity. He was the first man in history to articulate the absolute sovereignty of the individual conscience. He called it a divine sign, but we might call it the birth of moral autonomy. He was telling them that there is a place inside the human soul that the state cannot reach, a place where a private conversation with the divine overrules the public shout of the mob. The sensory atmosphere of this revelation is thick with tension. The dust of the agora swirls in the afternoon heat. The smell of sweat and anxiety rises from the benches. And in the center, a man stands in a circle of calm, listening to a silence that no one else can hear. He is like a captain of a ship in a storm who ignores the waves because he is watching a star that is invisible to the crew. This claim of a special divinity was, ironically, the nail in his coffin. It proved the charge of introducing new gods in the eyes of the literal-minded jurors. by trying to explain his piety. He had sounded like a heretic. He knew this. He knew that mentioning the daimonian would provoke them. Yet he did it anyway. Why? Because it was the truth. And for Socrates, the truth was the only defense worth giving, even if it was the weapon that would kill him. Now, the herald clears his throat. The reflection on the daimonian fades as the reality of the counting table snaps back into focus. The divine silence is about to be broken by the human noise of the verdict. The wax tablet is raised. The numbers are final. The god has not saved him from the condemnation, which means the condemnation itself is part of the divine plan. Socrates braces himself, not against the blow, but against the sorrow of the city that is about to wound itself. The voice in his head is quiet. The voice of the city is about to scream. The herald's voice cuts through the thick, stagnant air of the enclosure, announcing the numbers that define the remaining minutes of a life. 280 for the prosecution, 220 for the defense. The words hang in the silence, simple and brutal. The verdict is guilty. Socrates has been condemned by the city he loved. But as the sound of the announcement fades, a strange ripple moves through the crowd. It is not the roar of triumph the accusers expected, nor is it the wail of despair the friends of Socrates feared. It is a murmur of shock. The margin is razor thin. Out of 500 men, a shift of only 30 votes would have changed the outcome. If just 30 men, perhaps the group sitting in the back row, cracking nuts and looking bored, had dropped their pebbles into the other urn, Socrates would be walking home a free man. Socrates stands up again. He does not look crushed. In fact, he looks genuinely perplexed, perhaps even amused. He brushes a speck of dust from his cloak and addresses the court with the tone of a man reviewing the results of a sporting match. "I am surprised," he says, his voice steady and conversational. "I did not think it would be this close. I expected to be convicted by a vast majority." He looks at Miletus, who is wiping sweat from his forehead, looking more like a man who just escaped a fire than a victor. Socrates does the math aloud, right there in the shadow of his own doom. He points out that without the help of Anytus and Lycon, the heavy hitters, Miletus would not have even received the required 1/5 of the votes to sustain the case. He would have been fined 1,000 drachmas for wasting the court's time. So, Socrates quips, "It seems Miletus has lost, even though I am found guilty." It is a flash of the old, unconquerable wit. Even with the verdict read, he refuses to let them have the satisfaction of his fear. But below the surface of the wit, the numbers reveal a profound historical truth. Athens is a broken city. The vote is a mirror of a society torn right down the middle. Nearly half the jury saw through the lies, saw the value of the old man, and voted to save him. The other half, driven by fear, trauma, and the desire for conformity, voted to kill the past to save the future. Socrates is standing in the fissure of a civil war that is being fought not with swords, but with stones. Historians still argue about the exact composition of the voting blocks. Did the wealthy vote to save him, identifying with his anti-democratic critiques? Did the poor vote to condemn him, seeing him as a snob? Or was it more personal? The tragedy is that we will never know who those 30 men were. We only know that they held the weight of history in their hands, and they let it slip. The procedure of the trial now shifts. In Athenian law, there are no mandatory sentences for this type of crime. It is a contest of penalties, an argon time toss. The prosecution proposes a punishment, and the defense proposes a counter-punishment. The jury then votes between the two. They cannot choose a middle ground. It is an all-or-nothing choice designed to force moderation. Usually, the prosecution asks for death to scare the defendant, expecting him to counter with a heavy fine or exile. The jury, wanting to be reasonable, picks the lighter sentence. The system is built to avoid death. Meletus stands up. He is emboldened by the verdict. He points a shaking finger at Socrates and demands the ultimate price. Death, he says. The word lands with a thud. It is expected. Now, the eyes of the 500 turn to Socrates. They are waiting for him to play his part in the ritual. They expect him to stand up and say, "I propose exile. I will leave Athens and never return." The jury is ready to accept this. They don't really want to kill the famous old man. They just want him gone. They want the buzzing to stop. Even Anytus would likely be satisfied with exile. It would be a political victory without the stain of blood. The friends of Socrates, Plato, Crito, Apollodorus, are frantically whispering to him. They are pulling at his cloak. "Offer exile, Socrates," they hiss, "or a fine. We will pay it. We have the silver ready." They are terrified that he will do something stubborn. They know him too well. They know that to Socrates, exile is a fate worse than death. To leave Athens is to leave the only place where his questions have meaning. To agree to stop talking is to agree to stop living. Socrates stands there, looking at the expectant faces of the jury. He knows what they want. He knows he could walk out of the agora this afternoon if he just plays the game. But the daimonian is silent. The god is not telling him to run. And so, the stonecutter prepares to drop the heavy stone of his logic right onto the foot of the court. He is not going to offer exile. He is going to offer them the truth of what he deserves. And in doing so, he is going to force them to commit a crime they will regret for 2,000 years. The air in the enclosure grows stiflingly hot. The vendors have stopped shouting. The wind has died down. The second act of the tragedy is about to begin, and Socrates is about to make a joke that will kill him. The wooden benches of the Heliaia creak as 500 men lean forward, their breath held in collective anticipation. They are waiting for the capitulation. They have seen this play 1,000 times. The proud man is humbled. The arrogant man begs. They expect Socrates to stand up, his shoulders slumped, and murmur the word exile. If he does this, the tension will break. The jurors will feel benevolent. They will vote for the lesser penalty, go home to their dinners, and tell their wives they showed mercy to a crazy old man. The city will be cleansed, and no one will have to die. It is the perfect political compromise. But Socrates stands up, and his shoulders are not slumped. He looks at the jury with a terrifying brightness in his eyes. He begins to speak, not as a prisoner facing a judge, but as an accountant balancing a ledger. "So," he muses, his voice carrying clearly over the hushed crowd, "Meletus proposes death. And what counter-penalty shall I propose to you, men of Athens? Clearly, it should be what I deserve." He pauses on the word deserve. In the legal game, this word usually means what punishment fits the crime. But Socrates, ever the philologist, takes the word literally. What does a man deserve who has not remained quiet, but has neglected what most men care for: money-making, household management, generalships, and political appointments, and has instead spent his life going to each of you privately, like a father or an older brother, persuading you to care for virtue. The jury frowns. He is listing his crimes as if they were services. He is refusing to accept the premise of his guilt. What does such a man deserve? He asks again, tapping his chin. Something good, presumably, and something suitable to him. Now, what is suitable for a poor benefactor who needs leisure to exhort you? The silence in the court stretches tight as a bowstring. The jurors are confused. Is he asking for a medal? Is he asking for a pension? Socrates smiles, a genuine, warm smile that surely chills the blood of his friends sitting in the front row. There is nothing more suitable, men of Athens, he declares, than for such a man to be fed in the Prytaneum. The gasp that rips through the courtroom is audible. It is a physical recoil. The Prytaneum is the sacred hearth of the city. It is the town hall where the holy fire of Hestia burns eternally. To be granted free meals, there for life, citizen, is the highest honor Athens can bestow. It is reserved for visiting kings, descendants of tyrannicides, and most famously, Olympic victors. It is the equivalent of a state funeral while you are still alive. Socrates continues, oblivious to the shockwaves he has just detonated. For the Olympic victor makes you seem to be happy, he explains, referring to the chariot racers who brought glory to the city. But I make you be happy, and he does not need the food, for he is rich, but I need it. It is the most audacious joke in legal history. He is telling the jury that he, a ragged old man who annoys them, is more valuable than the athletes they worship. He is telling them that the man who improves their souls deserves more honor than the man who races horses. It is true, of course, but it is a truth that sounds like ultimate arrogance, hubris, to a jury of tired, hungry men who just voted him guilty. He has slapped the face of the court, he has taken the olive branch they were ready to offer, and snapped it over his knee. The murmuring in the stands turns into an angry buzz. He mocks us, someone shouts. He thinks he is a king, cries another. Anytus, sitting on the prosecutor's bench, surely allows himself a grim smile. Socrates is doing the prosecution's work for them. He is making it impossible for the jury to save him. Socrates waits for the noise to subside. He knows he has lost them, but he presses on to explain why he cannot offer the other options. He dismisses imprisonment. Why should I live in prison, a slave to the 11 magistrates? He dismisses a fine at first. I have no money, and then he addresses the option everyone wants, exile. I must be blinded by the love of life, he says, if I am so foolish as not to see that if you, who are my fellow citizens, could not endure my company and my words, but found them too heavy and annoying, then surely strangers in other cities will endure them much less easily. He paints a picture of his life in exile, an old man wandering from Thebes to Megara, gathering young men around him, being driven out by their fathers, moving on again. A fine life that would be, he says with dripping sarcasm. But Socrates, he imagines a juror asking, can't you just go away and keep your mouth shut? Can't you just live quietly? Here, he drops the irony. He looks at them with profound seriousness. This is the hardest thing of all to make you understand, he says. If I say that to be quiet would be to disobey the god, you will not believe me. You will think I am being ironic. But if I say that the greatest good for a man is to discuss virtue every day, and that the unexamined life is not worth living for a human being. You will believe me even less. There it is, the core of his being. The unexamined life is not worth living. Ode anexetastos bios ubiotos anthropo. He is saying that a life of mere biological existence, eating, sleeping, breathing, without the quest for truth, is not a human life. It is the life of a beast. He is telling them that he would rather die as a human than live as a sheep. The jury is not moved by the philosophy. They are enraged by the defiance. They see a man who refuses to submit to their power. They see a man who thinks he is better than them. Socrates sees the anger. He glances at his friends. He sighs. Well, he says, I suppose I could pay a small fine. I have, perhaps, 1 mina of silver. The crowd laughs derisively. 1 mina is a pittance. It is an insult. It is like offering a handful of copper coins for a capital crime. Suddenly, there is a commotion on the defense bench. Plato, Crito, Critobulus, and Apollodorus are frantically pulling at his tunic. They are whispering, gesturing, pleading. They cannot let him die over a sum of money. They pool their resources. They pledge their estates. Socrates nods, perhaps finding their desperation touching, perhaps finding it unnecessary. Plato here, Socrates announces, gesturing to the broad-shouldered young man whose eyes are red with suppressed tears. And Crito and the others, bid me to offer 30 minae, and they will stand surety for it. 30 minae is a substantial sum. It is enough to live on for years. It is a respectable, serious offer. Legally, the jury should accept it. It fulfills the requirement of the punishment. But the damage is done. The Prytaneum comment hangs in the air like smoke. He has forced them into a corner. If they accept the fine now, they are accepting his insults. They are letting the man who claimed to be a hero walk away with a slap on the wrist. Their pride is wounded, and a wounded pride is a dangerous judge. The herald calls for the second vote. The voting urns are brought out again. The clatter of pebbles resumes, but this time, the rhythm is faster, angrier. The men who voted to acquit him are now shaking their heads. They tried to save him, but he wouldn't let them. He pushed them away. He demanded truth, and they will give him the only truth the state understands: force. Socrates sits back down. He does not look at the urns. He looks at the sky. He has orchestrated his own exit. He has ensured that he will not rot in exile, fading into senility and silence. He has forced Athens to either embrace him fully as a hero or kill him fully as a martyr. He has removed the middle ground. The compromise is dead. The vote count begins, and the numbers shift violently. The 30 votes that could have saved him are gone. The anger of the crowd has tipped the scales. The joke about free lunch has just cost him his life. The herald steps forward, his face grim. The verdict is death, and Socrates, the man who asked for a feast, will now be served poison. The herald's voice rings out across the Heliaia, flat and final, announcing the numbers that turn a man into a memory. The second vote is not a razor-thin margin. It is a landslide. 360 votes for death. Only 140 for the fine. The math is brutal and illuminating. It means that 80 men, 80 citizens who originally believed Socrates was innocent, or at least not guilty enough to convict, have now voted to kill him. They did not switch sides because of the evidence. The evidence has not changed. They switched because of his tone. They switched because when he offered to be fed in the Prytaneum, he wounded their dignity. They are killing him, not for impiety, but for hubris. The mood in the enclosure is thick with a strange, turbulent energy, a mixture of triumph, anger, and a creeping, cold undercurrent of shame. The jurors are packing up their things, ready to collect their 3 obols and go home. But Socrates is not done. He has one final right. In Athenian custom, the condemned man is allowed a few last words, while the magistrates are busy with the paperwork of death. Socrates stands up. He does not look like a man who has just been destroyed. He looks like a man who has just won an argument, but is sad that his opponent did not understand the point. He gestures to the crowd, separating them with his eyes. He speaks first to those who voted to kill him. He does not curse them. He does not scream. He speaks with the gentle, disappointing patience of a teacher correcting a slow student. Men of Athens, he says, his voice raspy with the dust of the day but steady as a rock. You have acted too soon, for the sake of a little time. You will now have the reputation and the blame from those who wish to revile the city of having killed Socrates, a wise man. For they will say, I am wise, even if I am not. He touches his beard, white and thinning. He points to his own frailty. If you had waited but a little while, he notes with a dark, practical humor, this would have happened of its own accord. You see my age? I am far advanced in life and close to death already. Nature would have done your work for you for free, but you could not wait. It is a stinging observation. They have stained their hands with blood to hasten a natural process by perhaps a year or 2. They have traded their eternal reputation for a moment of impatient gratification. He then addresses the real reason for his condemnation. He knows they are whispering that he lost because he was incompetent, because he didn't know how to speak well. He corrects them. I have been convicted, he says, not for lack of words, but for lack of boldness and shamelessness. I refuse to say the things you wanted to hear. I refuse to weep, to wail, to lament, and to do the things that you are accustomed to hearing from others. He draws a sharp line between the body and the soul. To beg for life is to value the body above the soul. To refuse to beg is to value the soul above the body. I would rather die having spoken in my manner, he declares, than speak in your manner and live. And then he offers the metaphor that haunts the courtroom, a metaphor of a foot race that surely resonates with every veteran in the stands who knows the speed of a retreating army. It is not difficult to avoid death, gentlemen, he says, looking at the young, healthy prosecutors, Miletus, flushed with victory. Lycon, smoothing his robes. Death is slow. I am old and slow, and so the slower runner has overtaken me. He pauses, his eyes locking onto them. But wickedness? Wickedness is swift. It runs faster than death. And you, who are young and quick and clever, wickedness has overtaken you. The image freezes the scene. He paints a picture of 2 runners pursuing humanity. Death catches the body, but wickedness catches the soul. He, Socrates, has been caught by the slow runner. He will die. But his accusers have been caught by the fast runner. They will live, but they will live as corrupted men. I go away condemned by you to death, he says, almost pitying them, but you go away convicted by truth herself of depravity and injustice. He accepts his penalty, he says, if they accept theirs. It is a terrifying equation. He is telling them that they are the ones who have truly lost the case. They have saved their bodies, but lost their souls. He has lost his body, but saved his soul. Historians and scholars have long debated the accuracy of this final speech. Xenophon, another student of Socrates, gives a slightly different account, suggesting Socrates was even more arrogant, almost boasting about his death. But Plato's version, which we follow here, carries the ring of emotional truth. It balances the megalogoria, the big talking, with a profound moral insight. It feels like the culmination of a life spent examining the difference between appearance and reality. The jury appears to have won, but in reality, they have lost. The sensory details of the moment are vivid. The sun is dipping lower, casting the long shadows of the columns across the Heliaia. The noise of the city outside is quieting down as evening approaches. Inside, the dust motes dance in the slanted light. The wooden benches are hard and uncomfortable. The smell of the crowd, garlic, sweat, old wool, is heavy. But Socrates seems to stand in a pocket of clear, cool air. He is already separating from them. He is already halfway to the next world. He turns now to the prophecy. It is a tradition in Greek culture that the dying man, standing on the threshold between the worlds, has the power of second sight. The soul, about to be liberated from the body, can see the future. Socrates uses this belief to deliver a final warning to the men who killed him. He does not threaten them with ghosts or hauntings. He threatens them with something far worse: questions. You killed me because you wanted to escape the accuser, he says, because you wanted to stop giving an account of your lives. But the result will be the opposite. He tells them that he was holding back the others. He was the dam. Now that he is gone, the flood will come. There are others who will question you, he warns, referring to the young men like Plato, Antisthenes, and Aeschines. Men who are younger, sharper, and angrier than Socrates ever was. They will be more numerous, and they will be harsher, because they are younger, and you will be more annoyed with them. It is a chilling prediction. He is telling Anytus that by cutting off the head of the Hydra, he has merely ensured that 2 more will grow in its place. You cannot kill an idea by killing a man. In fact, by making him a martyr, they have made his method immortal. If you think that by killing men you can prevent someone from censuring your evil lives, you are mistaken, he says. That is not a way of escape which is possible or honorable. The easiest and noblest way is not to be crushing others, but to be improving yourselves. With these words, he dismisses the majority. He turns his back on the 360 men who voted for death. He is done with them. They are the past. He turns his eyes now to the minority, the 140 men, plus the friends who stood by him. He turns to the true judges. He has a different message for them, a message of comfort and strange, esoteric hope. The guards are waiting. The 11 magistrates, the officials in charge of the prison, are standing by the gate. The chains are ready. But Socrates has a few more minutes, and he intends to use them to solve the final riddle, the riddle of death itself. The anger of the sentencing fades into a quiet, philosophical twilight. The shout is over. The whisper returns. He beckons his friends closer. The real conversation, the one that will last forever, is about to resume. The noise of the condemnation fades, leaving a strange, hollow silence in the center of the crowd, like the calm in the eye of a storm. Socrates turns his back on the 360 men who voted for his death. He is finished with them. They have played their part in the tragedy, and now they are merely spectators to the final act. He turns his eyes, bright and undimmed by the verdict, to the 140 men who voted to save him, and to the small knot of friends who stand near the bench, their faces pale with shock. He beckons them closer. He speaks to them now not as a defendant to a jury, but as a friend to friends. He bestows upon them a title he refused to give the others. He calls them judges. For in his eyes, only those who vote with wisdom deserve the name. Stay with me a little longer, he invites them, his voice dropping to a warm conversational register, ignoring the impatience of the magistrates who are waiting to haul him away. Let us talk while we may. He wants to comfort them. He sees that they are the ones suffering, not him. They are burdened with the grief of loss and the confusion of injustice. He wants to give them a gift before he goes, a final argument that dissolves the sting of death. He returns to the mystery of the daimonion, the divine sign that has guided his entire life. He wants to make sure they understand the full, terrifying beauty of what has just happened. My friends, he says, something wonderful has happened to me today. He reminds them that the sign, the internal oracle that always stops him when he is about to do something bad, has been absolutely silent. It did not oppose him when he left his house in the morning. It did not check him when he walked up to the bema. It did not stop him when he spoke the provocative words about the Prytaneum. What does this mean? He asks, looking from face to face. It means that what has happened to me is a good thing. It is impossible that the accustomed sign should not have opposed me, unless I were going to meet with some good. It is a moment of profound reassurance. He is telling them that the machinery of the universe is not broken. The injustice of men has been overruled by the justice of the gods. He is walking into the dark with a permission slip from the divine. And then he invites them to look at death through his eyes, not as a monster, but as a hypothesis to be tested. He lays out the two possibilities, weighing them on the scales of his logic like a merchant weighing grain. Death is one of two things, he proposes. Either it is a state of nothingness and utter unconsciousness, or, as men say, there is a change and migration of the soul from this world to another. He considers the first option, nothingness. To the ancient Greeks, whose afterlife in Hades was often depicted as a gloomy, miserable place of shadows, the idea of total oblivion was frightening. But Socrates flips the perspective. He compares it to sleep. Now, if you suppose that there is no consciousness, but a sleep like the sleep of him who is undisturbed even by dreams, death will be an unspeakable gain. He asks the jurors to think of the best night of sleep they ever had, a night so deep and dreamless that they woke up feeling completely renewed. He asks them to compare that single night to all the other days and nights of their lives. If death is like this, he says, with a sigh of anticipated relief, I say that to die is gain, for eternity is then only a single night. There is a sensory richness to this description. We can feel the exhaustion of the old man. He has been fighting the ignorance of Athens for decades. He has stood in the snows of Potidaea, walked the dusty roads of Attica, argued in the heat of the agora. The idea of a long dreamless sleep, a cessation of all noise and conflict, is not a punishment. It is a rest. It is the long exhale after a marathon. But then he considers the second option, the migration. But if death is the journey to another place, and there, as men say, all the dead abide, what good, O my friends and judges, can be greater than this? His eyes twinkle with mischief. He imagines the underworld not as a place of torment, but as the ultimate intellectual salon. He imagines meeting the true judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, Iarchus, men who were actually just, unlike the men who just condemned him. He imagines meeting the great poets, Orpheus and Musaeus, and the blind bard Homer. What would not a man give if he might converse with Orpheus and Musaeus and Hesiod and Homer, he asks. Nay, if this be true, let me die again and again. The humor returns, gentle and indomitable. Socrates realizes that the underworld is full of people who died because of unjust judgments, Palamedes, Ajax. He wants to compare notes with them. It would be amusing, he chuckles. But the real prize, the true joy of the afterlife for Socrates, is the prospect of an eternal, unhindered conversation. He realizes that in Hades, he can continue his mission. He can find the great King Agamemnon, who led the expedition against Troy, and ask him, "So, General, what is courage? You led 1,000 ships, surely you know?" He can find Odysseus, the man of many wiles, and ask, "Is trickery compatible with justice?" And the best of it is, Socrates adds, casting a sly glance at his accusers, they do not put a man to death for asking questions over there. In the realm of the dead, everyone is immortal. They are beyond the reach of hemlock. They are safe. He envisions a paradise of inquiry, a place where the Socratic method can run wild forever, unstopped by tired jurors or angry tanners. It is a vision of heaven that only a philosopher could love, heaven as an infinite argument. He turns back to the present, to the dust and the fading light of the Heliaia. He looks at his friends, who are struggling to hold back their tears. He gives them a command. Wherefore, O judges, be of good cheer about death, and know of a certainty that no evil can happen to a good man, either in life or after death. This is the bedrock of his faith. The bad man can kill the good man's body, but he cannot touch his soul. The universe is moral, even if Athens is not. The magistrates are signaling. The 11, the police board responsible for prisoners, are moving in. The chains are rattling. The time for speech is over. Socrates wraps his cloak around him. He delivers the final sentence of his defense, the last words he will ever speak in a public forum. It is a line of such perfect, humble ambiguity that it stands as the epitaph of the classical age. The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our ways. I to die, and you to live, which is better God only knows. With that, he steps down from the bema. He does not look back. The crowd parts. The 11 surround him, not so much to guard him as to escort him. He walks through the agora, the familiar sights of his life passing by, like a dream. He passes the Stoa of Zeus, where he debated the nature of friendship. He passes the statues of the heroes. He passes the shop where he used to buy oil. The city is the same, but he is different. He is now a man marked for the journey. Historians and scholars still debate the emotional reality of this exit. Was he truly this calm? Or was it a mask? Plato, who was there, portrays him as almost superhumanly detached. But perhaps, deep down, there was a tremor of human sadness. Not for himself, but for the city he was leaving behind. He loved Athens. He was like a lover rejected by a beloved who has gone mad. He accepts the rejection, but he mourns the madness. The walk to the prison is short. The prison of Athens, the Desmoterion, is located just southwest of the Agora, a humble building with a courtyard and small cells. It is not a dungeon in the medieval sense. It is a place of waiting. The sun is setting now, turning the sky into a bruise of purple and red. The noise of the trial is left behind. The heavy wooden doors of the prison open. The smell of damp stone and straw greets him. He enters. The doors close. The sun sets on the gadfly. But the sting remains. The city goes home to eat, to argue, to sleep. But in 1,000 houses tonight, the arguments will not stop. Fathers will argue with sons. Was he right? Did we kill a wise man? The doubt has been planted. The prophecy is already coming true. The body is locked away, but the questions are loose in the streets, multiplying in the dark like sparks from a fire that has not been fully extinguished. The heavy wooden door of the cell does not slam shut with the finality of a tomb. It closes with the dull, rhythmic thud of a pause. We find ourselves now in the quiet after the storm, in the strange suspended twilight of the Desmoterion. This is the state prison of Athens, a modest limestone building nestled in a depression southwest of the Agora, just a stone's throw from the law courts. It is not a place of torture or darkness. There are no dripping walls or rats scurrying in the gloom. It is a simple, functional holding pen, consisting of a courtyard, a washroom, and several small cells opening onto a corridor. The air here is cool and still, smelling of straw, old timber, and the faint, earthy scent of the clay water jugs. By all legal rights, Socrates should be dead already. In Athens, the sentence of death is usually carried out within 24 hours of the verdict. The hemlock is ground, the cup is mixed, and the sun sets on a lifeless body. But history, or perhaps the gods, has intervened with one final poetic coincidence. The day before the trial, the priest of Apollo had crowned the stern of a particular ship with a garland of laurel. This was no ordinary ship. It was the sacred galley of the state, a vessel that lived in the blurred line between wood and myth. The Athenians believed it was the very same ship that Theseus, the legendary hero king, had sailed to Crete centuries ago. It was the ship that carried the 7 youths and 7 maidens to be sacrificed to the Minotaur in the labyrinth. When Theseus slew the beast and saved the children, he made a vow to Apollo. If they returned home safely, the city of Athens would send a sacred mission to the island of Delos every year to offer thanks. For centuries, the Athenians had kept this vow with obsessive piety. Every year the ship was prepared. Old planks were removed and replaced with new timber, a process that gave birth to the famous philosophical paradox known as the ship of Theseus. If you replace every part of a ship, is it still the same ship? But for Socrates, the paradox was not abstract. It was a lifeline. Athenian religious law stated that from the moment the priest placed the garland on the stern until the moment the ship returned to the harbor of Piraeus, the city must remain ritually pure. No executions could take place. The state could not take a life while it was thanking the god for saving lives. So, as the galley set sail into the Aegean, catching the summer winds for the long journey to the Holy Island, the executioner puts away his mortar and pestle. Time stops. The winds are contrary this year. The ship is delayed. What should have been a few days turns into a week, then 2, then nearly a month. 30 days of stolen time. 30 days of an Indian summer for the mind of the philosopher. The prison cell transforms. It ceases to be a place of confinement and becomes the most exclusive philosophical school in Greece. The jailer, a kindly man who has been charmed by Socrates' gentle nature, allows visitors to come and go freely. Every morning, before dawn, a small crowd gathers outside the prison gates. It is a motley crew: the wealthy Crito, the intense Antisthenes, the devoted Phaedo, the fiery Apollodorus. They stand in the dark, shivering in the morning chill, waiting for the jailer to unlock the door. When the heavy bar slides back, they rush in, not to weep over a dying man, but to sit at his feet and listen. Inside, the scene is domestic, almost cozy. We might see Socrates sitting on the edge of his low wooden bed, rubbing his leg. He has just been released from his fetters, the iron shackles that bind his ankles during the night. He massages the red marks on his skin and smiles. What a strange thing, he muses to his friends, is this thing men call pleasure, and how curiously it is related to what is thought to be its opposite, pain. He observes that while they never come to a man together, if you pursue one, you inevitably catch the other. Since I had pain in my leg from the fetter, he says, pleasure seems to have come to follow it. Even here, with death waiting at the door, he is analyzing his own physical sensations, turning a cramp into a cosmology. Historians and archaeologists have excavated the site believed to be this prison. In the ruins, they found small terracotta medicine pots, the kind used to hold hemlock. It is a chilling physical link to the story. But if we could look through the walls of time into that cell, we would not see fear. We would see a man who is busier than he has ever been. For the first time in his life, Socrates is doing something he has never done. He is making art. He tells his friends that he has had a recurring dream throughout his life. In the dream, a figure appears and tells him, Socrates, make music and work at it. For years, he interpreted this metaphorically, assuming that philosophy was the highest form of music, the harmony of the soul. But now, with the end approaching, he takes no chances. Perhaps the god meant literal music. He wants to clear his conscience of any disobedience. So, the man of logic becomes a poet. He sets the fables of Aesop to verse. He composes a hymn to Apollo. We can imagine him humming tunelessly in the cell, counting syllables on his fingers, while his friends watch with a mixture of amusement and heartbreak. Socrates the poet, they whisper. Now we have seen everything. The atmosphere in the cell is thick with emotional contradictions. His friends are the ones suffering. They are the prisoners of their own grief. Apollodorus, known for his emotional volatility, bursts into tears periodically. Xanthippe, his wife, visits with her youngest child in her arms. She cries out, "O Socrates, this is the last time your friends will speak to you, and you to them." Socrates, seeing her distress, gently asks Crito to have someone escort her home, so she does not have to suffer the long wait. It seems cold to modern eyes, but in the context of his philosophy, he is trying to maintain a calm atmosphere for the delivery of the soul. He cannot handle the chaos of grief. He needs the clarity of the argument. There is gentle humor here too. Crito, ever the practical businessman, is constantly worrying about the logistics. He worries about the bribery fees for the guards, which are surprisingly low, the cost of the escape boat, the arrangements for Socrates' children. Socrates listens to Crito's frantic planning with a patient smile, like a parent listening to a child plan a trip to the moon. He appreciates the love, but he has no interest in the escape. My dear Crito, he says, your zeal is invaluable, if a right one. But if wrong, the greater the zeal, the greater the danger. The days drift by. The ship of Delos becomes a ghost story in the background. Every morning, the friends ask the new arrivals from the port, is the ship sighted? Has it passed Sunium? And every morning, the answer is, not yet. The delay feels miraculous, as if the sea itself is conspiring to keep the conversation going. The discussions in the cell range deep and wide. They talk about the immortality of the soul. They talk about the nature of opposites. They talk about whether the earth is a sphere or a hollow. Socrates sketches maps of the afterlife in the dust of the floor. He describes the earth as a multicolored ball seen from space, a description so vivid it eerily presages the photos taken by astronauts 2,000 years later. He describes the rivers of the underworld, the Acheron, the Pyriphlegethon, the Cocytus. He is not dogmatic. He uses the phrase mythos and logos interchangeably. He is telling them a bedtime story to help them sleep through the nightmare of his death. But the sensory reality of the prison is always there. The clang of the bronze bolt in the evening, the fading of the light through the high barred window, the taste of the simple barley mash brought by the guard. The guard himself is a character in this drama, a simple slave who has grown to love the old man. He often stands in the doorway, listening, confused but compelled by the lack of anger in the prisoner. Most men curse the executioner. Socrates chats with him about the weather. One evening, Crito brings news. A traveler from Sunium, the tip of the Attic Peninsula, has reported seeing the ship. It has been spotted. The white sails are visible against the blue water. The sacred mission is complete. The delay is over. The ship will dock in Piraeus tomorrow. The execution will be the day after. The air in the cell changes. The infinite summer is suddenly finite. The friends look at each other with panic in their eyes. The time for talk is ending. The time for action is now. Crito touches the pouch of silver coins at his belt. He has a plan. He has bribed the guards. He has a ship waiting to take Socrates to Thessaly. It is tonight or never. The door of the cage is unlocked. The keeper is looking the other way. The path to life is open. Socrates sits on his bed, the moonlight falling on his face. He looks at Crito's desperate, hopeful face. He knows that this is the final test. The trial in the court was public. The trial in the cell is private. Can he resist the temptation to save his body at the expense of his soul? Can he explain to Crito why a man who has spent 70 years preaching respect for the law cannot break the law just because it is inconvenient? He pats the space beside him on the bed. Sit down, Crito, he says softly. Let us examine this question together, for we must not let the fear of death make us irrational. The ship is coming. The reaper is at the door. But there is still time for one last argument. And in the quiet of the prison, with the shadow of the hemlock lengthening, Socrates prepares to defend the laws that are killing him. The night is heavy, silent, and profound. The moon has set, and the only light in the prison cell comes from the stars visible through the high barred window. Tiny, cold eyes looking down on a sleeping city. It is the wolf light, the grey hour just before dawn, when the world is suspended between the terrors of the night and the duties of the day. In this stillness, the heavy door of the cell creaks open. It moves slowly, the bronze hinges well oiled by a bribe. A figure slips inside, moving with the stealth of a thief, though he is one of the wealthiest men in Athens. It is Crito. He wears a heavy cloak against the morning chill, his face pale and drawn with lack of sleep. He does not wake the prisoner. He sits down on a wooden stool beside the bed and simply watches. On the bed, Socrates sleeps. His breathing is deep and rhythmic, the untroubled sleep of a child or a man without a conscience. Or perhaps a man with a conscience so clean it shines. He does not toss or turn. He does not mutter about hemlock. He rests. Crito watches him with a mixture of awe and frustration. How can he sleep? The ship from Delos has been sighted off Sunium. It will dock at the Piraeus today. By tomorrow evening, this chest, now rising and falling so peacefully, will be still forever. The contrast between Crito's frantic internal clock and Socrates' timeless repose is the first argument of the morning. Finally, Socrates stirs. He opens his eyes, seeing his friend sitting there in the gloom. He does not startle. He smiles, as if Crito were a dream figure he was expecting. "Why have you come at this hour, Crito?" he asks, his voice rough with sleep but gentle. "It must be very early." "'Tis," Crito whispers. "Not yet dawn." "I am surprised the keeper of the prison let you in," Socrates notes, stretching his limbs. "He knows me?" Crito says dismissively. "And," he adds, patting his purse, "he has received a little something from me." They sit for a moment. Socrates asks why Crito didn't wake him immediately. Crito confesses that he couldn't bear to spoil these last moments of peace. "I have been wondering at your peaceful slumber," Crito says, his voice trembling. "I have never seen anyone face a calamity like this so easily." "Well," Socrates replies, sitting up and wrapping his blanket around his shoulders, "it would be odd for a man of my age to be vexed at having to die." Then comes the blow. Crito delivers the news. "The ship is coming, Socrates. It will be here today. Which means, tomorrow, your life must end." Socrates nods. He does not flinch. "Well, Crito, if it is the will of the gods, so be it." He mentions a dream he just had, a beautiful woman in white calling to him, quoting a line from Homer about arriving in Phthia on the third day. He interprets it to mean the ship will be delayed one more day. He is calm. He is parsing poetry. But Crito has had enough of poetry. He stands up, his shadow stretching long against the stone wall. The time for acceptance is over. The time for the pitch is now. He unleashes a torrent of arguments he has surely rehearsed 100 times in his head. "Socrates, listen to me," he pleads, his voice urgent and hushed. "You can still save yourself. If you die, I will not only lose a friend, the likes of whom I shall never find again, but many people who do not know us well will think that I could have saved you if I were willing to spend the money, but that I did not care. Think of the reputation. They will say I valued my silver more than my friend." Socrates looks at him with mild amusement. "But why, my dear Crito, should we care so much about what the majority thinks?" "Because the majority can kill us," Crito snaps, pointing at the chains in the corner. As you can see, Crito presses on. He attacks Socrates' pride. He tells him that he doesn't need to worry about the money. Crito has plenty. And if Socrates is shy about taking Crito's money, there are foreigners, like Simmias of Thebes, who have brought gold specifically for this purpose. "Do not let the expense trouble you," he begs. He attacks Socrates' fears. Do not worry about where you will go. I have friends in Thessaly who will protect you. You will be safe there. And then Crito plays his trump card. He attacks Socrates' morality. He accuses the philosopher of betrayal. It seems to me, Crito says, his voice cracking with emotion, that you are choosing the easy way out. You are betraying your own sons. You are leaving them orphans when you could bring them up and educate them. You are taking the path of a coward, not the path of a man who claims to care for virtue. It is a stinging rebuke. He is using Socrates' own values against him. He is painting the martyrdom not as noble, but as negligent. I am ashamed for you, Crito admits, weeping now. A shame for us, your friends. People will think the whole affair was handled with cowardice on our part. The trial, the way you came into court, and now this final absurdity, that we could have saved you and you refused. Don't let this happen, Socrates. The door is open, the guards are paid, the boat is ready. Get up and walk out. The air in the cell vibrates with the intensity of the appeal. It is the voice of the world calling to the philosopher. It is the voice of common sense, of family duty, of survival instinct. It is the open door that every prisoner dreams of. All Socrates has to do is stand up, put on his sandals, and walk into the dawn. He will live. He will see his children grow. He will breathe the free air of Thessaly. Socrates listens to the entire speech without interrupting. He watches Crito's tears fall on the dusty floor. He feels the love behind the words. But he also hears the error in the logic. He waits for Crito to finish, to take a ragged breath, to wipe his eyes. My dear Crito, Socrates says finally, his voice like a cool hand on a fevered brow. Your zeal is invaluable, if a right one. But if wrong, the greater the zeal, the greater the danger. He does not jump up. He does not pack his bag. He invites Crito to sit back down. He begins the work of the logos. He starts to dismantle the panic, brick by brick. We must examine whether we should do this or not, he says. For I am not only now, but always a man who follows nothing but the reasoning which on reflection seems to me best. He goes back to the first point, the opinion of the majority. He asks Crito gently, in gymnastics, whose opinion does the athlete value? The opinion of the crowd in the stands, or the opinion of the one man, the doctor or trainer? The trainer, Crito admits, sniffling. And if he listens to the crowd and eats what they tell him to eat, will he not ruin his body? He will. So, Socrates continues, tightening the knot. In matters of the just and unjust, the shameful and the beautiful, should we follow the opinion of the many, or the opinion of the one who knows truth? The one who knows, Crito whispers. And if we follow the ignorant opinion, we will ruin that part of us which is improved by justice and destroyed by injustice, the soul. Is life worth living with a ruined body? No. Is it worth living with a ruined soul? No, certainly not. The first lock of the cage has been relocked. The opinion of the majority, the fear of a bad reputation, is discarded as irrelevant. All that matters is whether the action is right. Now they face the core question, is it right to escape? Crito argues that since the city wronged Socrates, Socrates has the right to wrong the city back. It is the ancient law of retaliation, an eye for an eye. The city broke the contract of justice, so the contract is void. Socrates pauses. He looks at the high window, where the sky is lightening to a pale blue. He knows that this is the hardest part. He has to explain to Crito that a philosopher cannot return evil for evil. He has to explain that to break the law, even an unjust law, is to attack the very foundation of the state that gave him life. He needs a voice more powerful than his own to make Crito understand. He needs to summon a presence into the room that is bigger than both of them. Consider this, Crito, Socrates says, his eyes growing distant. Imagine that as we are about to run away, the laws of Athens themselves were to come and stand before us. Imagine they were to assume a human voice and speak to us. What would they say? The cell seems to grow colder, or perhaps more solemn. Socrates is about to engage in a dialogue not with a man, but with the state itself. He is about to give a voice to the invisible contract that binds a citizen to his city. He closes his eyes, and the personification begins. The laws are waiting in the corner, stern and unyielding, ready to ask the fugitive why he thinks he has the right to destroy them. Crito leans in, captivated by the sudden shift. The escape plan lies on the floor, forgotten for a moment, as the real trial, the trial of gratitude and obedience, begins in the imagination of the condemned man. The cell is quiet, but it is no longer empty. In the imagination of the two men, the shadows in the corners have coalesced into towering, formidable shapes. Socrates has summoned the nomoi, the laws of Athens, to the witness stand. He speaks for them, his voice dropping into a register that is deeper, more resonant, echoing with the authority of centuries. He asks Crito to listen not to him, the man, but to the city itself. Tell us, Socrates, the laws demand, their voice cold and logical. What do you intend to do? Do you not intend by this action to destroy us, the laws, and the whole state as far as you are concerned? Or do you think that a state can exist and not be overturned, in which the decisions of law have no force but are nullified by private individuals? Crito is silent. The question is unanswerable. If every citizen decided which verdict to obey, the city would dissolve into chaos. But Crito is still clinging to the idea of fairness. But he might stammer. The state wronged us. It gave an unjust sentence. The laws lean closer. Was that the agreement between you and us, Socrates? Or was it to abide by the sentences that the state delivers? They begin to lay out the terms of the social contract, a concept Socrates is articulating 2,000 years before Rousseau. They remind him of his origins. Did we not bring you into existence? They ask. Your father married your mother by our aid. Do you have any objection to the marriage laws? None. Socrates replies to the phantom voice. Do you object to the laws of nurture and education in which you were raised? Were we not right to instruct your father to teach you music and gymnastics? You were right, Socrates admits. Well then, the laws thunder. Since you were brought into the world and nurtured and educated by us, can you deny in the last resort that you are our child and our servant, as your fathers were before you? Do you think you have equal rights with us? That because we try to kill you, you have the right to try to destroy us in return? The argument is devastatingly paternal. The laws claim a status higher than a father or a mother. A man should even more reverence the state, they insist. He must either persuade it or obey its orders, and suffer in silence whatever it commands. This is the core of the Socratic civic duty, persuade or obey. He had his chance to persuade them at the trial. He spoke for hours. He failed to convince the jury. Now, the only honorable option left is to obey. To run away now would be to act like a petulant child who overturns the board game just because he is losing. The laws then pivot to the evidence of Socrates' own life. They remind him that he, more than any other Athenian, seemed to love the city. You never left the city for a festival, they point out, nor for any other journey, except for military service. You never desired to see other cities or other laws. We were enough for you. They remind him that during the trial, he could have offered exile as a penalty. The state would have accepted it, but he refused. He chose death over banishment. And now, the laws mock him gently. You're doing the very thing you refused to do then. You're running away like a runaway slave, breaking the compacts and agreements which you made with us. They paint a grim picture of his life if he escapes. If you go to Thebes or Megara, they warn, you will go as an enemy of their government. Everyone who cares for their own city will look at you with suspicion, seeing you as a destroyer of laws. They warn him that he will confirm the jury's opinion, for he who is a corrupter of the laws is very likely to be a corrupter of the young. And where will you go? They ask. To Thessaly? To Creto's friends. That is a land of disorder and license. They might enjoy hearing the funny story of how you escaped from prison in a disguise, perhaps wearing a leather skin or some other runaway's garb. But will no one ask you, what? You, an old man, with probably only a short time left to live, were so greedy for life that you dared to violate the highest laws. The shame is palpable. To live as a fugitive in Thessaly, trading jokes for dinner, would be the ultimate betrayal of his philosophy. It would be a farce. Do not value your children or your life or anything else more than goodness, the laws implore him. Do not face the judges of the underworld with this shame on your soul. For the laws of Hades are our brothers, and they will not receive you kindly if they know you try to destroy us here. Socrates stops speaking. The personification ends. The cell is quiet again. The sun has risen fully now, sending a shaft of bright, dusty light across the floor, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Socrates looks at Crito. The wealthy friend is sitting with his head in his hands. The escape plan, which seemed so solid an hour ago, the bribes, the boat, the safe house, now looks cheap and sordid. It looks like a trap for the soul. This, my dear friend Crito, Socrates says, his voice returning to its normal, gentle pitch, is what I seem to hear. And this sound of these words rings in my ears and makes me unable to hear any other words. He uses a visceral metaphor. He compares the voice of the laws to the flute music of the Corybantes, the ecstatic dancers who worshipped Cybele. The logic is so powerful, it creates a humming in his head that drowns out fear, temptation, and instinct. So be it, Crito, he concludes. Let us act in this way, since this is the way the god is leading. Crito looks up. His eyes are red, but the panic is gone. He nods slowly. He realizes that he cannot save Socrates' body without killing Socrates' spirit. The greatest act of friendship he can perform now is to let him die. I have nothing to say, Socrates, Crito whispers. The argument is over. The door to the world remains unlocked, but the door to the will is bolted shut. The day has begun, the last day. The prison wakes up. The jailer arrives with water. The friends who have been waiting outside, Phando, Simmias, Sebes, are let in. They find Socrates not packing for a journey to Thessaly, but preparing for a journey to the unknown. He begins to bathe, washing his own body, so the women will not have to wash a corpse. It is a final act of consideration, a tidying up of the vessel before it is abandoned. The sensory world is sharpening for him. The feel of the water, the roughness of the towel, the light on the stone. He is savoring the final texture of existence. The last sunset is approaching, and the poison is being ground. The sun has passed its zenith and begins its long, slow descent towards the peaks of Mount Egaleo. Inside the prison, the quality of the light changes from the harsh white of noon to a softer amber glow that bathes the stone walls in gold. It is the last afternoon. The cell is crowded now. The sacred band of friends has gathered for the final vigil. They sit on the floor, on low stools, and on the edge of the bed, forming a tight circle around the man who is about to leave them. It is a scene of profound intimacy, captured forever in Plato's dialogue Phaedo, though Plato himself adds a curious, heartbreaking footnote to the account. In a single line he writes, "Plato, I believe, was ill. He was not there. The man who would immortalize Socrates was absent at the end, perhaps overcome by grief, or perhaps physically unable to watch his teacher die." So we see this scene through the eyes of Phaedo, the young nobleman turned philosopher who sits closest to Socrates, on a low stool by the bed. Socrates has finished his bath. He is dressed in a fresh tunic, clean and composed. He looks less like a prisoner and more like a host at a dinner party. He senses the heavy, suffocating grief in the room. His friends are on the verge of collapsing. Apollodorus is already weeping silently in the corner, his shoulders shaking. Simmias and Cebes, two Pythagorean philosophers from Thebes, look anxious, desperate to ask one last question, but afraid to disturb the peace of the dying man. Socrates, sensing their hesitation, laughs softly. "Really, Simmias and Cebes," he chides them gently, "you're afraid to ask about the soul. Do you think I am more irritable now than I was in my life? Do you think I am a worse prophet than the swans?" He offers them a beautiful image to hold on to. He speaks of the swans, the birds sacred to Apollo. When they feel that they must die, Socrates explains, they sing better than they have ever sung in their lives, rejoicing because they are about to go to the god whose servants they are. He tells them that men, out of fear, lie about the swans, claiming they sing from sadness or pain. But no bird sings when it is hungry or cold or in pain, he argues, not even the nightingale or the swallow. The swans sing because they are prophetic. They foresee the blessings of the afterlife, and they delight in it. And I too am a fellow servant of the swans, consecrated to the same god. It is a moment of pure poetry. He is transforming the ugly reality of the execution into a song of triumph. He is telling them that his final argument, the one they are having right now, is his swan song. It is not a lament, it is a hymn. Encouraged, Simmias and Cebes press him. They argue that the soul might be like the harmony of a lyre. Beautiful and invisible, yes, but if the lyre, the body, is broken, the harmony vanishes. It is a terrifying objection. If the soul is just a physical byproduct, then death is truly the end. The gloom returns to the room. The friends look at each other in panic. They feel their hope slipping away. And then Socrates performs his last great act of healing. Phaedo describes the moment with a sensory detail so tender it reaches across the millennia. Socrates, who often played with Phaedo's long, beautiful hair, reaches out and runs his hand through the young man's curls. He tugs the hair gently. "Tomorrow, Fido," he says, "I suppose you will cut these beautiful locks in mourning." "I suppose so, Socrates," Fido replies, his voice trembling. "You should not," Socrates says. "If our argument dies today, if we cannot defend the immortality of the soul, then we should cut our hair today. I would cut mine, and you should cut yours, if we let the truth perish." He makes the intellectual fight personal. He rallies them. He attacks the harmony argument with the precision of a master general. He shows them that the soul can oppose the body. It can tell a thirsty man not to drink, or an angry man not to strike. Whereas a harmony can never oppose the instrument that creates it. Therefore, the soul is not a harmony. It is a ruler. The logic holds, the fear recedes, the conversation soars again, traversing the landscape of the afterlife, weaving a myth of the earth's true shape, describing the soul rising to a pure ethereal realm above the heavy atmosphere of the world. Scholars and historians still argue about how much of this metaphysics belongs to Socrates and how much belongs to Plato. Did the real Socrates truly have a fully formed theory of the immortal soul, or was his swan song merely a hope? We cannot know, but in the cell, the effect is real. He talks them out of their despair. He talks them into a state of calm. He treats their grief as an intellectual error to be corrected. As the discussion winds down, the shadows lengthen. The sun is now touching the tops of the mountains, turning the peaks to violet. The time is close. The jailer enters. He is a simple man, a slave of the state, but he has been transformed by his month with the philosopher. He does not bark orders. He stands weeping. "Socrates," the jailer chokes out, "I know you to be the noblest and gentlest and best man who has ever come to this place. Other men curse me when I tell them to drink the poison, but you, I know you will not be angry with me, for you know who is to blame." He bursts into tears, turns away, and rushes out of the cell. Socrates looks after him with genuine affection. "How charming the man is," he says to his friends. "Since I have been here, he has always been coming to see me and talking to me, the best of men. And now, how generously he weeps for me." He turns to Crito. "But come, Crito, let us obey him. Let the poison be brought if it is prepared, and if not, let the man prepare it." Crito, desperate to steal a few more minutes, points to the window. "But the sun is still on the mountains, Socrates," he pleads. "It has not yet set. I know that others have waited until late at night, eating and drinking even after the order was given. Do not hurry. There is still time." Socrates shakes his head, a soft smile playing on his lips. "It is natural for them to do so, Crito, for they think they gain something by delaying. But it is natural for me not to do so, for I think I gain nothing by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous to myself, clinging to life and saving the last drops when the jar is already empty." He refuses to scrape the bottom of the jar. He wants to pour the libation while the wine is still sweet. He orders the poison. The slave is sent to the mill to grind the hemlock. There is a brief, final interlude with the family. Xanthippe returns with the women of the household. They sit with him for a few moments. We do not hear the words spoken, but we can imagine the low murmurs of farewell, the touch of hands, the final instructions for the care of the children. Socrates is composed, but surely, beneath the philosopher's armor, the father's heart beats a difficult rhythm. He sends them away again before the end, to spare them the sight of the dying. It is an act of protective love, rigorous and stoic. Now, only the men remain. The room is quiet. The dust motes have stopped dancing as the light fades into the grey of early evening. Crito asks one last, practical question, a question that reveals he still hasn't quite grasped the lesson of the last month. How shall we bury you, Socrates? Socrates laughs, a real, hearty laugh that echoes off the stone walls. However you like, he says, provided you can catch me and I do not escape you. He turns to the others, his eyes twinkling. I cannot convince Crito that I am this Socrates here, who is talking and ordering his words. He thinks I am that thing he will soon see as a corpse, and he asks how to bury that. He looks at Crito with infinite tenderness. Be of good cheer, my dear Crito. Say that you are burying my body. Do with it what is customary and what you think best. But do not say at the funeral that you are laying out Socrates or burying Socrates. For false words are not only evil in themselves, but they infect the soul with evil. He is teaching until the very last second. He is distinguishing the essence from the shell. He is telling them that the thing they love, the mind, the humor, the curiosity, is not going into the ground. It is going to the place of the swans. The sun dips below the horizon. The mountain peaks turn grey. The twilight of the gods has arrived. The servant returns with a cup. The liquid inside is dark and heavy. The final dialogue is about to begin, not with words, but with silence. The door to the cell opens one last time, admitting a man who carries the weight of the city in a small, dark clay cup. It is the public slave, the executioner, though he looks more like a mourner than a killer. He stands in the doorway, the twilight casting long shadows across his face, holding the vessel that contains the end of the argument. The liquid inside is not wine. It is a murky, greenish-brown suspension, ground from the seeds and leaves of the Conium maculatum, poison hemlock. To the botanist, it is a marvel of nature, a plant that mimics the wild carrot but contains the deadly alkaloid conine, a neurotoxin that shuts down the nervous system like a lamp being dimmed. To the historian, it is the specific flavor of Athenian democracy, the bitter draught reserved for those who think too much. The slave approaches Socrates, his hands trembling slightly. He does not avert his eyes, but his expression is one of profound apology. Socrates, the man says, his voice thick with emotion. I know that you will not be angry with me, for you know who is responsible for this. Socrates looks at him with a warmth that seems to dissolve the tension in the room. He does not see a murderer. He sees a fellow human being doing a difficult job. You are right, my friend, Socrates says gently. You are innocent. Come then, tell me what I must do. It is the final Socratic inquiry. Even in death, he seeks instruction from the expert. He treats the execution as a technical procedure, a craft to be performed correctly, just like shoemaking or flute playing. The slave explains the method with a shaky voice. You have only to drink this, and then walk about until your legs feel heavy, and then lie down, and it will act of itself. The instructions are simple, almost banal. Drink, walk, sleep. It sounds less like an execution and more like a prescription for insomnia. Socrates nods, absorbing the information. He reaches out for the cup. His hand does not shake. There is no tremor of fear, no hesitation, no dramatic pause to look at his friends for sympathy. He takes the cup as easily as if it were a glass of wine at a symposium. He holds it up to the light, inspecting the color, ever the observer. Then, with that characteristic bull-like gaze, eyes wide and piercing, he looks at the man and asks a question that reveals his irrepressible piety. What do you say about making a libation out of this cup to some god? Is it allowed or not? It was the custom in Greece to pour out a few drops of wine onto the floor before drinking, a sacrifice to the gods. Socrates wants to know if he can share his death with the divine. The slave shakes his head sadly. We only prepare, Socrates, just so much as we deem enough. See, there is no excess. The state is efficient in its killing. There is not a drop to spare for the gods. Socrates accepts this with a nod. I understand, he says, but at least it is allowed and right to pray to the gods that my removal from this world to the other may be prosperous. This I do pray, and may it be so. He holds the cup steady. The room goes deadly silent. Every eye is fixed on the rim of the clay vessel. The silence stretches, a physical thing, tight and suffocating. And then, without a grimace, without a shudder of disgust, Socrates raises the cup to his lips and drains it. He drinks it cheerfully, readily, as if it were a draught of cool water on a hot day. The poison enters his body, the body that stood in the snow at Potidea, the body that danced at the festivals, the body that housed the most dangerous mind in Athens. It is done. The reaction in the room is immediate and shattering. Up until this moment, his friends have held themselves together, fueled by his calm and the intensity of the discussion. But the sight of the empty cup breaks the dam. It is a visual confirmation that the philosophy is over and the tragedy has begun. Apollodorus, who has been struggling the most, lets out a loud, raw wail of grief, a sound that tears through the composure of everyone else. Crito, unable to control his tears, gets up and moves away to hide his face. Phoedo covers his head with his cloak and weeps, not for Socrates, he tells us, but for himself and his own misfortune in losing such a friend. The cell fills with the sounds of sobbing, a chaotic release of sorrow that clashes violently with the silence of the philosopher. It is a scene of human vulnerability, of love that does not know how to let go. But Socrates does not join them. He lowers the empty cup and looks around with a frown of genuine disappointment. What is this strange outcry? He asks, his voice cutting through the noise. I sent away the women mainly in order that they might not behave in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in peace, be quiet and be brave. The Greek word he uses is euphemia, religious silence, the avoidance of unlucky words during a sacrifice. He views his own death as a holy ritual, and their weeping is a kind of blasphemy, a pollution of the sacred moment. He is scolding them, demanding that they elevate themselves to his level. Shamed by his rebuke, the friends choke back their tears. They wipe their eyes. They fall silent, watching him with a terrified awe. Socrates begins to walk. He paces the small cell, back and forth, his sandals scuffing the stone floor. Scuff, scuff, scuff. It is the only sound in the room. He is following the instructions. Walk until the legs get heavy. He is testing the progress of the poison. He walks past the bed, past the window, past Crito. He is like a scientist observing an experiment, but he is both the scientist and the specimen. He notes the sensation. Is it a tingling? A heaviness? Historians and toxicologists still debate the reality of this scene. Hemlock is a brutal poison. In many recorded cases, it causes violent seizures, vomiting, and respiratory distress. It is an ugly way to die. Yet Plato describes a death of peaceful, ascending paralysis. Some scholars argue that the cup was a cocktail mixed with opium and wine to sedate the victim and make the death smoother. A final mercy from the jailer who loved him. Others argue that Plato simply sanitized the scene, writing a philosophical death rather than a medical report to ensure Socrates died with the dignity he deserved. But as we watch him pace, the medical reality matters less than the psychological one. He is walking out of life on his own 2 feet. He is upright. He is conscious. He is facing the end vertical and unafraid. Finally, he stops. "My legs are heavy," he announces calmly. He moves to the bed. He lies down on his back, adjusting his tunic, composing his limbs. He covers his face with a sheet, perhaps to spare his friends the sight of the final rigor, or perhaps to focus inward on the darkness that is coming. The jailer approaches the bed. He uncovers Socrates' feet. He pinches the foot hard. "Do you feel this?" he asks. Socrates answers, "No." The sensation is gone. The cold has claimed the extremities. The jailer presses his leg, then his thigh, moving his hand upward. He shows the friends that the body is growing cold and stiff. The poison is ascending. It is creeping up the body like a tide rising on the shore. It claims the feet, then the shins, then the knees. The nervous system is shutting down, disconnecting the mind from the world section by section. Socrates remains perfectly still. He is not fighting the tide, he is floating on it. He uncovers his face for a moment to speak, then covers it again. The room is suspended in a twilight of waiting. The friends watch the chest rise and fall, slower, shallower. They watch the hands that used to gesture in the agora, now lying motionless on the wool blanket. They are witnessing the dismantling of a monument. The man who was the gadfly is becoming the stone. The cold reaches the hips. It reaches the waist. The vital organs are next. The heart, the lungs, the engine of the intellect is about to stop. But Socrates is not gone yet. There is one last thought, flickering in the darkening room of his mind. One last debt that must be paid. He pulls the sheet down from his face one last time. His eyes are open, but they are looking at something far away, something beyond the ceiling of the cell, beyond the walls of Athens. He takes a breath. It is a shallow breath, but there is enough air for one final sentence. He looks at Crito, the faithful friend who wanted to bribe the gods, the friend who wanted to save his body. Socrates has a request. It is not a profound philosophical treatise. It is not a curse on his enemies. It is a mundane, domestic instruction that contains the entire mystery of his life. He speaks, his voice a whisper, but clear as a bell in the silence. The room holds its breath, the silence stretching tight across the stone walls like a drum skin waiting for the final beat. Socrates uncovers his face, the linen sheet rustling softly in the stillness. His eyes are glazed, swimming in the twilight of the toxin, but they fix on Crito with a clarity that cuts through the fog of death. He speaks, and his voice is not a rattle, but a whisper, distinct and urgent, carrying the weight of a final testament. "Crito," he says, his breath hitching slightly, "we owe a cock to Asclepius. Pay it, and do not neglect it." Crito leans in, his ear hovering inches from the dying man's lips, catching every syllable. He nods, tears streaming freely now, dripping onto the coarse wool of the blanket. "It shall be done," Crito whispers back, his voice thick with the promise of the faithful servant. He waits, hovering there in the gloom, desperate for one more sentence, one more instruction, one final reassurance that the man he loves is still there. "Is there anything else?" Crito asks into the silence. He waits. The seconds tick by, measured only by the beating of his own heart. He watches the chest of his friend. There is no answer. The chest does not rise. The eyes, still open, stare past Crito, past the ceiling, fixing on a point that no living man can see. A slight tremor passes through the body, a final physiological stutter as the heart surrenders to the hemlock, and then absolute stillness. The gadfly has landed. The movement that kept Athens awake for 40 years has stopped. Crito waits for a moment longer, perhaps hoping for a miracle, perhaps simply unable to accept the physics of death. Then, with a trembling hand, he reaches out. He performs the final tender duty of friendship. He gently presses the eyelids down, extinguishing the bright, piercing gaze that once dismantled the pride of sophists and generals. He pushes the jaw closed, silencing the mouth that asked the questions no one could answer. The face of Socrates settles into a mask of statuesque calm, the snub nose and bulging eyes softened by the final relaxation of the muscles. He looks, in death, exactly as he described the philosopher in life: released, unburdened, cured. The words he left behind, however, hang in the air, enigmatic and provocative. "We owe a cock to Asclepius." It is a phrase that has baffled, angered, and inspired thinkers for 2.5 millennia. Asclepius is the god of medicine, the divine healer. It was customary for a patient recovering from a serious illness to sacrifice a rooster to the god as a payment of gratitude. By asking Crito to pay this debt, Socrates is suggesting something radical. He is suggesting that he has been cured. But cured of what? Scholars and philosophers have argued over this final riddle with the ferocity of heirs fighting over a will. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, writing centuries later, viewed these words with horror. He argued that Socrates was declaring life itself to be a sickness, a long, painful fever from which death was the only recovery. Nietzsche saw it as a pessimist's revenge, a final insult to the vitality of existence. Socrates suffered life, Nietzsche accused. To him, the rooster was a payment for the release from the burden of being. But those who sat in the cell and those who have loved Socrates since see a different, softer meaning. They do not see a hatred of life, but a transcendence of it. Socrates believed the soul was trapped in the body like an oyster in its shell, limited by senses that could be fooled, by appetites that distracted the mind, by the heavy, dragging weight of mortality. To him, philosophy was the practice of dying, the discipline of separating the soul from the distractions of the flesh to see the truth clearly. Death, then, was not a destruction. It was a graduation. It was the final healing of the blindness that afflicts all living men. He was not thanking Asclepius for killing him. He was thanking him for opening his eyes. There is also a simpler, more touching interpretation, one that honors the character of the man who walked the agora. Perhaps he was simply being polite. Perhaps he remembered, in his final flash of memory, a literal mundane debt he had forgotten to pay, a small vow made years ago when a child was sick or a friend was ill. Even in the grip of death, Socrates remained a man of integrity. He could not leave the world with a balance owing. He had to settle his accounts with the gods, just as he settled his accounts with men. Do not neglect it. he had said. Detail mattered. Justice mattered. Even in the matter of a single bird. The atmosphere in the cell shifts now from anxiety to a heavy, sacred finality. The panic is gone. The friends stop weeping. They sit in the presence of the corpse, stunned by the reality of the void. Phaedo, the narrator, looks at the body and feels a strange sensation. Not pity, but a weird mixture of pleasure and pain. He realizes he is in the presence of a completed masterpiece. The life and the death were consistent. The man did not break. He drank the cup as he lived the life on his own terms. The jailer enters, sees the closed eyes, and bows his head. He understands that his prisoner is now beyond his jurisdiction. The chains in the corner are meaningless. The 11 magistrates have no power here. Socrates has escaped, not to Thessaly, but to the place he always sought. The sun has fully set now, and the cell is steeped in darkness, lit only by the faint glow of an oil lamp that someone has kindled. The shadows dance on the walls, but the figure on the bed does not move. The ugly man has become beautiful in the terrible, cold dignity of the end. This moment marks the end of the golden age of Athens more definitively than any lost battle or torn-down wall. The city has killed its conscience. It has silenced the one voice that dared to tell it the truth. But in killing him, they have failed to stop him. In fact, they have amplified him. If Socrates had died of old age in his bed, he might have been remembered as a quirky local character. By killing him, Athens made him the patron saint of the intellectual life. They transformed a nuisance into a martyr. The rooster to Asclepius was not just a payment for Socrates' cure. It was a down payment on the future of philosophy. As the friends sit there, the sensory reality of the death sets in. The body begins to cool. The extremities, already cold from the hemlock, surrender their heat to the stone air. The distinct, vibrant personality, the laugh, the irony, the warmth is gone, leaving behind only the heavy clay of the vessel. Crito eventually stands up. He is a practical man, and there are practical things to be done. The body must be washed again for burial. The coin must be placed in the mouth for Charon, the ferryman. Though one wonders if Socrates, who joked about the geography of Hades, would have needed the fare. He surely would have argued his way across the river Styx for free. The scene dissolves slowly. The friends will leave the prison soon, walking out into the night of Athens, a night that feels darker and emptier than it did the day before. They will go to their homes, but they will not sleep. They will write, Plato will write, Xenophon will write, Antisthenes will write. They will frantically try to capture the voice that has just been silenced. They will turn the memory of this night into a literature that will shape the mind of the Western world. The death of Socrates is the birth of the dialogue that never ends. But for now, in the quiet cell, there is only the debt. We owe a cock to Asclepius. It is the final callback to a life of service. Socrates served the God of truth, and now he serves the God of healing. He has taken the medicine. The fever is broken. The long, strange, beautiful argument is over. The silence of the cell is not empty. It is full of the answer he finally found. And somewhere, in the invisible landscape he sketched for his friends, the slow runner of death has been left far behind, and the philosopher is finally perfectly awake. The sun rises over Athens the morning after the execution, and the light hits the Parthenon just as it always has, turning the white marble to honey gold. The vendors set up their stalls in the agora. The wrestlers oil their bodies in the gymnasium. The assembly gathers on the Nix. The machinery of the city continues to turn, grinding on its axis of commerce and politics. But almost immediately, the Athenians notice a silence in the noise. The familiar shuffling figure with the snub nose and the bulging eyes is gone. The irritating, beautiful, relentless voice that used to cut through the chatter of the marketplace has been extinguished. And in the sudden quiet, a terrible realization begins to take root in the collective conscience of the city. They have not removed a cancer. They have cut out their own heart. The reaction, when it comes, is a wave of delayed shame that history records with a mixture of tragedy and irony. The ancient biographer Diogenes Laertius tells us that the regret of the Athenians was so swift and so violent that they closed the wrestling schools and gymnasiums in mourning. It was a symbolic act, shutting down the places where Socrates had practiced his art, as if to say, there is no point in training the body if we have killed the soul. The mood of the mob, which had been whipped into a frenzy by Anytus and Miletus, swung back like a pendulum. They turned on the accusers. The people suddenly saw them not as defenders of the faith, but as murderers of wisdom. Legends swirl around the fate of the three men who drafted the indictment. It is said that Miletus was condemned to death, dragged off by the very same angry crowd he had manipulated. Anytus and Lycon were driven into exile, hounded out of the city, allegedly stoned to death by the people of Heraclea when they tried to find refuge there. Historians still argue about the accuracy of these stories. They have the neat, satisfying symmetry of a fable, but they reflect the undeniable truth. Athens knew it had made a mistake. To atone for the sin, the city commissioned a statue. They hired the great sculptor Lysippus to cast a bronze image of Socrates. They placed it not in a dark corner, but in the Pompeium, the building used for the sacred processions. The man they killed as a criminal was raised up as a hero. But bronze is cold. It does not ask questions. It does not sting the horse. It was a monument to their own guilt, a silent apology to a man who could no longer hear it. But the true afterlife of Socrates did not happen in bronze or marble. It happened in ink. In the weeks and months following his death, his friends did not scatter. They wrote. They were possessed by a frantic need to preserve the voice that had been silenced. They invented a new genre of literature, the Socraticoi logoi, the Socratic dialogues. Antisthenes, Aeschines, Phoido, and Xenophon all dipped their pens in the memory of the cell. But it was the young wrestler, Plato, who would perform the greatest act of resurrection in human history. He took the character of his teacher and made him the protagonist of the Western mind. In dialogue after dialogue, the Republic, the Symposium, the Phaedo, Plato brought Socrates back to life. He made him speak again. He made him argue, laugh, and question. He built a fortress of words so strong that 2,000 years of history could not tear it down. There is a profound irony here. Socrates, the man who famously distrusted writing because he believed it froze wisdom and made it dead, became the most written about man in antiquity. He never wrote a word, yet he is the author of our intellectual DNA. By killing him, Athens ensured that he would never stay in Athens. If they had let him live, he might have died a local eccentric, forgotten in a generation. By killing him, they released him from the specific time and place of the 5th century. They made him a universal symbol, The cup of hemlock did not poison the philosophy. It preserved it. It sealed the Socratic method in a capsule of martyrdom that allowed it to travel across empires and eras. We see the echo of the stonecutter in the streets of Rome, where the Stoics, who claim descent from his teachings, practiced the art of dying well. We see him in the medieval monasteries, where monks copied the arguments about the soul by candlelight. We see him in the Renaissance, where the humanists rediscovered the dignity of the individual conscience. And most importantly, we see him in the birth of modern science. The scientific method itself, the process of hypothesis, testing, and refutation, is merely the Socratic method applied to the physical world. When a scientist tries to disprove a theory, she is doing exactly what Socrates did to the poets and politicians. She is testing the definition to see if it breaks. The laboratory is just a cleaner, quieter agora. Socrates lives on wherever a person refuses to accept an answer, just because authority gives it. He lives on in the classroom, where a student raises a hand and asks, "But why?" He lives on in the courtrooms, where the law is challenged in the name of justice. He lives on in the quiet moments of the night, when we look at our own lives and ask, "Am I living the right way?" He became the permanent, unquiet conscience of humanity. He proved that the soft power of a question is stronger than the hard power of a sword. The sword can kill the questioner, but it cannot kill the question. The question merely hangs in the air, waiting for the next person to breathe it in. As we look back at the cell in Athens, the darkness of that final night seems less like an end and more like a seed planting. The sun set on Socrates, but the sun of the good, the metaphor he loved so much, continued to rise. He showed us that the human mind is capable of touching the divine, not through ritual, but through reason. He showed us that we are responsible for our own souls. He showed us that it is better to suffer injustice than to commit it. These were radical, terrifying ideas in 400 BCE. They remain radical today. The tragedy of Socrates is not that he died. Every man dies. The tragedy would have been if he had stopped talking to save his life. But he didn't. He drank the cup to keep the conversation going. And so, the conversation continues. It continues in every university, in every parliament, in every heart that wonders about the nature of virtue. The stonecutter finished his work. He chiseled away the excess stone of superstition and arrogance, leaving behind the form of the rational, moral human being. We are still polishing that statue. We are still trying to be the citizens he wanted us to be. The story ends where it began, with a question. Socrates did not leave us with a set of commandments. He did not leave us a holy book. He left us with a method. He left us with the courage to admit what we do not know. He left us with the difficult, beautiful, unending task of the examined life. The man is gone. The dust of his bones has long since mingled with the olive groves of Attica. But the gadfly is still buzzing. Listen closely, in the silence of your own mind, and you can hear him. He is asking you the same thing he asked the general, the poet, and the priest. What is it that you value? And do you know truly what it is? The final image is not of a dead body on a cot, but of a legacy that outlasted the city that killed it. Athens fell. The Parthenon was shattered. The empire crumbled into dust. But the questions of Socrates are as fresh and as dangerous as the day they were first whispered in the shadow of the Stoa. He won the argument. He proved that the soul is more durable than the state. And as long as there are human beings who look up at the stars and wonder, the man who died for asking questions will never truly be dead. The dialogue has no end. It is the heartbeat of the thinking world. The cell is empty now. The crowd has dispersed. The history books are written. The noise of the trial, the weeping of the friends, the scratch of the stylus, it has all faded into the velvet folds of the past. The dust has settled in the agora. The sun has set on the ancient world, and the long, cool night of history has drawn its curtain. You have walked the path from the sun-drenched streets of Athens to the quiet shadows of the prison. You have stood in the snow, sat in the court, and waited in the cell. You have borne witness to the life of a man who was unafraid of the dark because he carried his own light. Now, it is time to let the questions rest. It is time to lay down the burden of inquiry and accept the peace of the answer that Socrates finally found. Let your mind drift away from the stone walls and the hemlock. Let the heavy cloak of the philosopher fall from your shoulders. The arguments are over. The logic is silent. There is no more need to define, to analyze, or to defend. There is only the soft, rhythmic breathing of the night. The stars that Socrates loved are shining above you, the same stars that watched over him in his final sleep. They do not ask, they simply are. Feel the weight of your own body relaxing, sinking into the comfort of your own bed, just as the tension of Athens has melted into the ages. The gadfly has stopped stinging. The horse is asleep. The world is safe and quiet. You can close the book. You can close your eyes. The unexamined life may not be worth living, but the sleeping life is the reward for the weary mind. Drift now into the gentle, dreamless dark that Socrates welcomed as a friend. Sweet dreams.